Chapter 456. My name is Xiao Shizenlu. I'm 24 years old, from Maine. My father is a worker at the Federation's three-dimensional irrigation farm. My mother? She stays at home all year round on government subsidies. I also have a younger sister who is in high school this year. Why is he called that? Because when my mother gave birth to me in the hospital, my father was watering the 13th floor of the farm, controlling the speed of the water droplets. I forgot to mention that this is the only job he has ever done in his life. He has spent most of his life on the 13th floor of the farm. On the TV screen, a young man with a dark complexion was talking to the camera. There was a hint of panic in his calm eyes. His skin was rough due to the torment of the strong winds and rays on planet Shilin, coupled with the crumpled cigarette between his dry lips and the light infantry uniform on his body. It fully displayed the image of a simple frontline soldier. You don't know how many floors there are in the irrigation farm? The soldier looked at the camera in surprise and scratched his head in confusion. He then laughed and said, "It's normal that you city people don't know about this." A voice outside the camera asked, "What do you want to say to the government or the Senate about your mother's situation of being unemployed for many years?" Xiao Shizenlu simply shook his head and said to the camera, "The government provides subsidies. Besides, I've been receiving quite a lot of subsidies over the years. My family's life is not a problem. My best weapon is the 21-26 long-range sniper rifle, but there are at least 3 people in our group who use it better than me. Lao Bai De Xiong, Lieutenant Colonel Su Le. I've never seen him use a sniper rifle, but I heard that it's awesome. I saw him play with the Qian light machine in battle. He must be awesome with a sniper rifle as well." There was no such thing as awesome in the Federation. The word awesome was automatically muted by the news channel. The mission is indeed a bit tiring. We've been on this crappy planet for more than a month and have only fought 1.5 battles. It's really boring, Xiao Shizenlu said seriously. Of course, we all know that once we encounter the enemy of the Empire, if we are not well prepared, it will really be fatal. The camera was slightly tilted up at his dusty and tired face. Behind him was a messy bush. From the angle of the camera, the person holding the camera should be lying on the ground. This might be a break in the battle. You know that our mission is top secret. Then why ask? Is there a problem? I finally understand why, boss. And Lao, I hate you guys so much. After a period of self-expression, 13th floor gradually got used to the feeling of facing the camera. The 7 groups of ruffians that were previously hidden by his simple and honest appearance finally revealed a little. All right. He waved his hand angrily at the camera and said, "I knew I had to answer. Beep, beep, beep. If I had known, I wouldn't have made that bet last night. Lu Jiao and those bastards insisted that I accept your interview. Yes, I have been in the army for many years. I am a veteran. What do you think of these new recruits? I have no opinion. That's right, this brat is now in the same dorm as me. You're asking me about my relationship with him?" 13th, Wang glanced to the left of the camera and smiled mockingly. These new recruits are much stronger than before. What I don't like the most about this kid is that he loves to bathe too much. He is clearly a man, yet he makes himself smell good all day. The camera shifted to the left, and a young man's face that was distorted due to anger entered the camera. After seeing the camera, the young man panicked and quickly said, "Don't film me, don't film me." The camera didn't move away. Unable to win against the persistence of the camera, the young man had no choice. After a moment of silence, he angrily explained, "I only bathe once every 3 days. The frequency has decreased a lot. I don't understand why these old soldiers don't care about personal hygiene. What I care about is being alive." 13th floor's disdainful voice came from outside the camera. "My name is Da Vinci." The new recruit was silent for a moment. A slight smile rose to his face. "I am 22 years old this year. Yes, my father is the governor of Xixia State, de Changren. I am now in the same dorm as the guy you just interviewed. Why did you choose this name?" After Mother stopped performing at Xixia Theater, she fell in love with painting. On the day she gave birth to me, my father happened to be working at an excavation site before the catastrophe. Yes, it was the discovery that shocked the Federation 20 years ago. My father saw the archaeologists take out a pile of chains and watermelon knives with Da Vinci's name on them from the basement. Just wait. Junk. So he decided to name me Da Vinci. Da Vinci said with some sadness. Afterwards, it was proven that this was just another prank by Master Schiller. The voice outside the camera laughed and said, "But this in itself is very valuable." Da Vinci chuckled and took a cigarette from 13th floor's hand. He lit it and said, "Yes, after being on the front lines for more than a month, do you feel any different?" The voice outside the camera asked. Da Vinci seriously thought for a long time. He took a deep drag on the cigarette and said, "The freedom and peace of the Federation require blood and sacrifice. This isn't a cliché, it's a real feeling." What do you think of these old soldiers? Well, they taught us a lot, not just combat skills. The governor's son shrugged. And, to be honest, without them, we might have died very easily. "The weapon I'm best at, that must be DI, he said excitedly. However, it was a pity that this young master had spent countless nights mastering the manual air pressure valve. Because of the need to keep it a secret, he was forced to end up in the same pitiful state as the old soldier beside him. I can't accept that 13th floor doesn't wash his feet. His feet are very smelly. The sterile socks issued by the Ministry of Defense can't remove the smell." Da Vinci said seriously. Then he extended a fist outside the camera and hit him hard on the forehead. He rubbed his forehead, looked at the camera, and laughed. "And 13th floor has a life dream that makes people want to vomit." As he said this, he forcefully pulled 13th floor's hand away from his mouth and said loudly, "He wants to be a general, but he doesn't even look at himself." The camera turned to 13th floor again. The soldier's face, which was red with anger, immediately became very serious. He said to the person behind the camera, "You also think that the son of a farmer can't be a general?" There was no answer. DI. Isn't President Pabre the son of a miner in Donglin? 13th floor spat out a mouthful of saliva with the smell of tobacco. He laughed and said, "Besides, my boss will definitely be a marshal in the future. What's the point of me being a general and then retiring?" The camera was obviously frightened by this arrogant declaration and turned to Da Vinci. "Is there anything you want to say to your family?" Da Vinci was already prepared. He smiled brightly at the camera and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry about me." Suddenly, the smile gradually disappeared. The arrogant and childish face of the young master became more dignified and steady. He said slowly, "We will do well on the front line. Also, my dear Shuero, you have to wait for me to come back." The battlefield scene in the camera was gradually painted with a halo of homesickness, just as some kind of warm thoughts were surging. 13th floor's dark face suddenly squeezed into the camera and said, "Governor, if I can't become a general, you have to find me a good job for the sake of taking care of your son." The expression on Da Vinci's face became very interesting. He pushed and kicked this guy out of the camera, who knew that at this time, 13th floor looked at him seriously and said, "I remember that your parents and your fiancé would never allow you to smoke." Da Vinci, who had a cigarette in his thin lips, was stunned. His face was a little pale. He felt that the cigarette between his lips was like a thin and hot iron. His lips trembled, and the cigarette but fell into the mud. A hand quickly covered the camera, leaving behind endless aftertaste for the hundreds of millions of viewers watching with relish in front of the TV. My name is Xiong Linquan. I come from the small town of Greenbow County in the 37th state. I don't know where it is. If you don't know, can't you check it out? Why do you care how old I am? I can use any gun. These little bastards. Well, they are really good. At least they are much better than I thought. My name is Tsong Xiang. I come from the university town of Linhai State. I am 21 years old this year. Does my father's identity have anything to do with our battle on the front line? Well, he is indeed the president of Yue University. My name is Bai Yulan, and then that's it. My name is Shi Peng. I was urgently called to the front line 71 days ago. At that time, no one knew the specific mission orders, the faces of the veterans, and the new recruits kept appearing in the camera. It was obvious that the footage was not taken at the same time and place. After spending some time on the front line and experiencing the baptism of smoke and blood, it was difficult to distinguish the two completely different types of people from their appearance and temperament. However, whether it was the Venus documentary film studio's filmmakers or the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the TV, after watching for a while, they could easily distinguish between the two types of people. The eyes of the veterans of Group 7 were even colder and more ruthless. There was also a kind of frivolous indifference. More importantly, in their short self-introduction, there were even more profanities and curses than the new recruits. Countless muted beeps that represented silencing entered thousands of households in a manner that created a broadcast record for the Federation's news channel. It shook the eardrums of many people. A burning cloud suddenly floated across the camera. Bullets whistled past, hitting the bodies of Federation soldiers. Some soldiers fell, dirt was kicked up, and there were angry and hurried shouts and even more beeps. The camera began to shake violently. It was like the handheld camera technique that some movie directors deliberately used to create the atmosphere of a battlefield. However, all of this was real. There was not much blood that burst out, but it was particularly dazzling. The sounds of explosions were not really ear-splitting, but it seemed to make people feel the earth tremble. After 3 seconds of fading in and out, the camera returned to the military base. After the frantic medical treatment, it returned to the piece after the battle. This was a dusk that was as red as blood. The voiceover used a deliberately calm tone to slowly narrate everything that this team had experienced. The soldiers of Group 7. Some of them came from poor families, some came from rich families, but they all had a common goal for the victory of the Federation, so they had to walk together. In the first episode, we once showed everyone the anger and conflict that was hidden in the beginning of this unit. However, a month and a half later, it seemed that some very wonderful and very good things were happening in this unit. We are very curious. If these very good things were happening in every corner of our society, what kind of positive power would that bring? This is the second episode of the Federation News Channel's documentary, Group 7. Thank you for watching. In the next episode, we will strive to have the highest commander of this unit, who has never spoken, talk about his legendary experiences and war stories. The camera focused on a figure in the twilight military base, and then gradually faded into darkness. Chapter 4:57. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sulu narrowed his eyes and sucked hard on the cigarette between his lips. He said vaguely, but with an exceptionally firm tone, "Even if you beat me to death, I will not go on camera and perform like these guys. What the hell is this? And that guy on the 13th floor, is there something wrong with his head?" He shouted in front of the entire Federation that he wants to be a marshal. In the dimly lit room, the TV screen was playing the end of the Federation's most popular reality documentary recently. The somewhat familiar figure in the twilight made Su Li's cheeks heat up. He did not understand how the cameraman had managed to capture the feeling of desolation when he was in a daze. He was even more annoyed by the way the cameraman had pretended to be lonely and imitated despair. Xiong Lingquan chuckled and took a big gulp of the strong tea from the plastic pot. In front of him, he pressed the remote control to change the channel and said, "I think it's pretty good." Beside him, Magnolia Bai also smiled and said, "Actually, with such a camera crew in the team, sometimes it can really adjust the atmosphere. However, after shooting for so long, in the end, only one episode can be filmed. I heard that the head of the Ministry of Defense's propaganda department and the news channel have a lot of opinions about you." Su Lu licked his lips, lowered his head, and flicked the ash from his cigarette. He chuckled and said, "This is an agreement that was reached beforehand. Don't worry too much about it. I think their main headache is that you have to wear sunglasses before you are willing to appear on camera, and that you are unwilling to accept a direct interview," Lon Xiaolong said with a shrug. Su Lu shook his head, pushed open the door, and walked out. The fresh air of the military camp flowed in with the wind, making him feel refreshed. In the barracks, the soldiers of Group 7 were gathered in groups. Like Su Lu and the other officers, they had just finished watching the documentary. For many of them, when they first appeared on TV, they attached great importance to their own documentary. At this moment, many of them were reminiscing about how they looked on the camera and regretting that they spoke foolishly. From time to time, there would be bursts of laughter in the crowd. Further away, in the barracks of the ground team, Da Vinci and Xiao Shisen were having an exaggerated argument, which then turned into a wrestling match. In the end, without any suspense, the son of the governor was pressed down heavily by the son of the farmer, tossing and turning in pain. Looking at this scene, Su Lu couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh. The anger he felt when watching the TV disappeared without a trace. The broadcast of the documentary series, Iron 7, was another important move by the President's office, the Ministry of National Defense, and the Federation News Channel, after the unprecedented live broadcast of the Iron 7 Division's military operations. Unlike the previous live broadcast of the Northern Expedition on Planet 5460, this series of documentaries focused on the lives of the frontline troops and some specific details. The complexity of the composition of Group 7, as well as the natural conflict between the fierce civilian veterans and the noble young recruits, naturally had some kind of inherent drama tension. After the first episode of the documentary series, Iron 7 was broadcast. It immediately received the attention of the people of the Federation. While easily winning high ratings, it also sparked a heated discussion among the people on the capital planet. For the people living on the Peace Planet, it was the first time they had a close understanding of the specific days in the military camp. They were curious about the negative effects of the social class differences in the troops. Tonight was the second episode. At this time, more than 2 months had passed since Group 7 arrived on planet 163, and more than 20 days had passed since the Venus Documentary Film Studio finished filming. It was believed that after tonight, there would be a heated discussion in the entire Federation. As the person involved, as the commanding officer of Group 7, and as the person who specifically manipulated the will of the Federation government, Su Lu understood better than anyone else the deep meaning of this series of documentaries. The president and the military needed to use Group 7's movie-like experience on the front line to suppress the protests of some anti-war activists and to mend the huge gap between the rich and poor in the Federation. Based on this understanding, Su Lu had never been enthusiastic about this matter. It was just a theatrical performance for the political needs of the Federation. No matter how he looked at it, there was always a sense of unhappiness. But today, seeing the excited reactions of the members in the military camp, his attitude changed a little. He stood on the stairs and quietly watched the veterans and recruits mingling together. He felt a little satisfied. Dozens of days of life and death together on the battlefield could indeed change a lot. This kind of complete trust of entrusting one's back in life to one's companions could even change the attitude of many people for life. Just like how, by Yulan's side with emotion after the end of the first mission, although the members of Group 7 had special identities, the President and the Department of Defense could not really send countless Iron Soldiers to babysit these over 100 people. But perhaps there was something in the unseen world that was protecting this group that carried too many missions and meanings. Perhaps the creator of the constellation could not bear to see this nominally mercenary group become a tragic symbol under the eyes of hundreds of millions of people in the Federation. Group 7 had been on planet 163 for 2.5 months and had carried out 11 Bureau of Proclamation missions. But miraculously, no one died. Only 6 recruits and 1 unlucky veteran who stepped on an anti-infantry mine buried by the Empire beside the Shy Tree were sent back to the main planet of the West Woods by the warship because their injuries were too serious. Among the 7 wounded, 4 of them had to be amputated. On the battlefield, someone could die at any time, but none of Group 7 was willing to die. These injuries and losses could not bring sadness to the team. On the contrary, because they felt the threat of death together, but no one really died. Everyone in Group 7 was in an extremely harmonious atmosphere. "Good morning, Supervisor." "Good morning, Supervisor." In the corner of the living area of the military camp, the soldiers who did not sit on the chairs but insisted on squatting by the training ground were laughing and talking about yesterday's television. Suddenly, they saw 2 people walking towards them. They immediately sprung up like springs, saluted, and greeted them loudly. But their left hands were still holding lunchboxes, and some of them had their mouths full of food, making them look especially funny. Su Lu, who was wearing sunglasses, shook his head helplessly. He glanced at the film crew not far away and thought, if this continues, these soldiers in Group 7 will become natural comedians. According to military discipline, the soldiers who saluted by the roadside should respectfully call him sir. But for some reason, when Su Lu heard the word sir, he felt chills all over his body. His hair stood on end, and when he straightened his collar, he also felt a cold wind blowing at the back of his neck. After queuing up and taking his meal, Su Lu sat at the table under the sunlight and ate the standard meal consisting of 3 green vegetables, 5 servings of nutritious paste, a spoonful of rice, and a small string of salted vegetables. There was not a trace of disgust in his straight eyebrows. The soldiers in Group 7 subconsciously sat around him. No one dared to disturb him, but no one was willing to be too far away from him. He was like the center of a circle that did not know what to say. But because of a special trait that was difficult to describe with words, he attracted a lot of things around him. Probably only the soldiers in Group 7 could clearly describe what this special trait was. It was Su Li's brave and steady performance in every battle. It was because he saved the lives of many people, and it was because of his silent nature. At this time, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the living area. The team members who were eating turned their heads in shock and saw that under a wild tree, the delicate Gu Shifeng was arguing angrily with the curly-haired technical officer from the Bureau of Proclamation. Gu Shifeng was the best electronic technician in Group 7. All of the command and control system maintenance work was done by him. Group 7 was carrying out the Bureau of Proclamation's task of reconstructing the network on Planet 163, so he naturally had to represent Group 7 and cooperate with the technical officer from the Bureau of Proclamation. But for some reason, the usually calm Gu Shifeng was actually so angry. Su Lu looked in that direction and put down the plastic spoon in his hand. He asked in confusion, "What's going on?" In the previous missions, the Bureau of Proclamation would always arrive at the target area before giving us the technical specifications and parameters. For the team members, not only do they have to avoid the eyes of the Empire's people, but they also have to take over at the last minute. This is too difficult. Bai Yulan glanced at him and explained, "This matter was mentioned in the last meeting. You asked Gu Shifeng to contact the Bureau of Proclamation official and try to obtain the specifications and parameters in advance. I think the other party's reaction will be very intense." Su Lu nodded and looked in that direction quietly. With his extraordinary hearing, he clearly heard the words of the Bureau of Proclamation official. The Bureau of Proclamation official used confidentiality rules to coldly reject Group 7's request, but what really made Gu Shifeng angry was that the Bureau of Proclamation showed no regard for the lives of the team members. In the social structure of the Federation, the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation was always at the top. Somewhere in the clouds, the officials who served the Bureau of Proclamation naturally had an unpleasant sense of superiority and indifference. Su Li's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just lowered his head and continued to eat. When Gu Shifeng walked into the cafeteria angrily, he gave her a comforting smile. He knew very well in his heart that a detached but extremely mechanical and bureaucratic organization like the Bureau of Proclamation for the dozens of teams like Group 7 on this planet was truly an unparalleled weapon that would make friends happy. However, even though he was the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, in front of the Bureau of Proclamation, he still didn't have much power to speak. Under the gaze of the members of Group 7, he put down his plate and walked in front of the curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official. After a moment of silence, he said in an extremely serious tone, "The Bureau of Proclamation has its rules, and the Army has its traditions. Since you are not willing to temporarily give up on those ridiculous confidentiality rules for the sake of the survival of your soldiers, then I must remind you that if my people pay the price of unnecessary casualties because of your stupidity and conservatism, I will seek justice from Director C." The official looked at Su Lu calmly. He didn't back down at all because of this threat, nor did he show any fear because he mentioned Director C. He was just as cold and rigid as the Federal Central Computer. Chapter 458. Cold and stubborn, like a stone thrown into the depths of Glacier 5460. Su Lu was not unfamiliar with this personality. After leaving Donglin, he had met many people like this. He had made some guesses about the personality of the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation official, but he did not expect such a cold and stubborn official with absolute power to be able to remain so calm and silent in the past few days of work. He was so calm and silent that he did not even have a sense of existence. Until this sunny lunchtime, Su Lu was shocked to find that he still could not remember the name of the person. It can't be a robot, right? He looked at the curly hair on the Bureau of Proclamation official's post with a bitter smile. There seemed to be no better way to deal with such a stubborn person other than to turn around and prepare for the mission in the afternoon. After lunch, the members of Team 7 who were already used to the mission process skillfully organized their light equipment and firearms. They divided into 2 teams, walked out of the gate of the military camp, and drove toward the relay base in military vehicles. The simple road outside the military camp was filled with all kinds of vehicles. On the hills in the distance, there were heavy military M52 mechas slowly moving forward. The speed of the fleet was much slower than usual. Su Lu sat in the passenger seat and said worriedly, "Is the general attack about to begin?" But the progress of laying the net is still a long way off. Since 6 days ago, the Federal fleet, suspended in the space of Planet 163, began to send combat personnel and heavy equipment to the ground at a frequency that was several times faster than normal. For a few nights in a row, The sky was brightly lit by the lights of the heavy transport ships. Under the cover of the fierce aerial firepower, at least 7 mechanists landed in various areas of the planet. Team 7 stopped at the side of the road and made way for the multi-axle heavy truck in front of them. The team members looked at the missile on top of the heavy truck in silence. They were slightly excited, but also a little nervous. The Westwoods Military District is under too much pressure. The ground military operations of Planet 163 and Planet 3320 have been stagnant for more than 2 months. The Federation Parliament has been impatient for a long time, and the president can't let Commander Zhong drag this out forever. Bai Yulan lit a cigarette and continued, "This is a Hurricane 2 missile. The missile base behind the mountain should be on standby. The general attack will not be later than this week." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Sulu agreed and sighed. "With so many groups laying the net, the longer the net is laid, the more protection the soldiers will have during the general attack. They can't bring it forward because of political pressure." Bai Yulan took a puff of her cigarette and sighed softly. They were just ordinary members of the army and couldn't influence the overall battle situation. More than a dozen multi-axle heavy trucks that stretched for several kilometers slowly drove toward the missile base behind the mountain. More than half an hour had passed since the convoy started moving again. However, not long after the convoy started moving, they were forced to stop again. F***CK, Tin Peng, who was sitting in the back seat, cursed angrily after entering the front line. The nephew of the Deputy Speaker of the Federation was transferred to Su Li's side as a field commander and liaison soldier. It seemed that because of his identity, the people deliberately let him get close to the leaders of the army so that he would be safer. But in reality, everyone in Group 7 knew that this was not the case. In the few battles that occurred, Su Lu, as the highest military commander, would always appear in the most tense areas and be the last to leave the battlefield. Following behind this young master, not only did they not enjoy the treatment of the leader, leaving first, but they also had to bear more dangers. Perhaps it was because of individual differences. Perhaps it was because he felt the hostility of the officers in Group 7, or perhaps it was because he thought that they were deliberately torturing him. Tin Peng's mood was not as good as his companions'. On the contrary, he was somewhat depressed. After being blocked for so long, he finally couldn't help but curse. "Shut up!" Su Lu turned around and glanced at him. He took off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and a trace of anger and coldness flashed through his eyes. At the same time, the other people in the car also gave him a fierce stare. Tin Peng was stunned, but he didn't have the courage to refute. Group 7 was a strange team. Other than the direct military orders of the Ministry of Defense, all the rules were Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's words. This may be an unspoken rule, but it was an unspoken rule that no one in Group 7 dared to disobey. A lone military vehicle drove in front of the base. The body of the vehicle was old and shabby, and it was not eye-catching. However, including Group 7's fleet, hundreds of military vehicles stopped at the roadside at the same time, quietly and respectfully waiting for this military vehicle to pass. A trace of shock flashed through Tin Peng's eyes. He finally understood why the officers in the car looked at him with that gaze. The probing attack on the Rocky Mountain district began last night. Bai Yulan stared at the military vehicle and said in a calm voice, "More than 300 people died." After saying this, he pushed open the door and walked out. Su Lu held his sunglasses tightly and also walked out. Then, everyone walked under the military vehicle and stood on both sides of the road. They took off the military hats on their heads and silently raised their hands in salute. On that lone military vehicle, there was a black coffin that only had a symbolic meaning. with the cruelty of modern interstellar warfare, it was very difficult to preserve the romantic scene of dying in battle. The federal military had always used this kind of simple ceremony to bid farewell to their comrades. The black coffin was covered with a bright Federation military flag. Countless bones were buried on this planet. In the back of Macho Mountain, Lady Tai turned off the television. She habitually picked up the moist and ancient fragrant agarwood and then put it down. She was silent for a long time. Tonight at the reception on Parliament Mountain, many people secretly cursed President Pabre for deliberately putting on this show in order to obtain political capital. Secretary Shen said calmly. There are also some people who have made presumptuous comments in private. If His Excellency the President is truly a selfless person, he should throw the Crown Prince to Celine if he has the ability. Thinking of the news she had just received from the front line in the West Woods, Lady Tai's expression changed slightly, revealing a trace of mockery and tiredness. Her only son, who had an incomparably honorable status, had officially resigned from his position as the confidential secretary of the West Woods Commander's Staff Department 7 hours ago. He had landed on the planet's surface and entered the most dangerous Chilean base. The circle that she represented was indeed filled with incompetent fools and fools who had no foresight. However, as the head of the Tai family, she could never completely cut herself off from that circle, because that circle was her circle to begin with. At this moment, Butler Jean quietly walked in from the side and took out a few thin sheets of plant fiber paper. He placed them on the table and said softly, "The Federation Investigation Bureau has sent a message that several very professional people have illegally entered the Westwoods from Bermuda. Their target may be Sulu." Lady Tai's expression was calm. She did not even look at the file. Instead, she directly asked Shun Li, "What do you think?" Secretary Shun was a person who was qualified to enter the Trinity Association. He did not spread the bloodshed in the West Woods like Du Xiaoqing, nor did he do those terrible things like Shi Qinghai. Since he graduated from No. 1 hospital, he had been living peacefully in the Xiao Shu Foundation until he was promoted to Lady Tai's confidential secretary a few years ago. When he heard his wife's words, he was slightly stunned. His lips were dry, and he knew that he was finally going to enter the real decision-making circle of the Qianshi Tai family. After a moment of silence, Secretary Shun seriously replied, "At this time, the people who dare to have the idea of killing Sulu must be crazy but powerful. Sulu has offended many people, but within this circle it should be Nen Mingxiu, Lin Dohai, Zhong Ziki, and Li Xiuzhu. The eldest son of the Li family has been very quiet recently," Butler Jean said in an old voice. Even after the scandal about Jian Shuer came out, he did not do anything strange. After the presidential election, Li Xiuzhu has become more honest and has improved a lot. Even if he hates Su Lu to the core, he would not dare to interfere in this matter. Lady Tai looked at the agarwood and gently rubbed her soft fingertips. She said, "Although the two most useless juniors of the 7 major families and the son of a bumpkin, although they are a bunch of useless people, they still have a strong background. When their anger is gathered together, it should be able to bring some warmth." She slowly closed her eyes. After a long silence, she sighed and said, "Even Tai Ziyuan could not persuade him. Does this little guy really think that he is the second old man? This kind of stubborn little guy who does not see the big picture and only knows how to ruin things should not exist in this world. Although he rejected the young master, this is, after all, the president's plan. It has little to do with him." Secretary Shun hesitated for a moment and bravely expressed his opinion. "He is the successor chosen by the military god. After the victory of the military operation, he will return to the capital ring. I am afraid that he will face the anger of many people. At this time, if we help him, we are actually helping ourselves. Secretary Shin didn't say it explicitly, but he had clearly expressed the meaning of providing timely help and a rare commodity that could be hoarded. What do you mean by help? He will not appreciate it, and I am not in the mood for it. Lady Tai opened her eyes and looked at the ice lake. With the military's efforts to cultivate him, the news that someone wants to kill him will not be hidden for long. While the old man is alive, I will maintain my respect for him and see what kind of future Su Lu will have. Of course, I will not think highly of those stupid young masters, but I am very curious. If someone comes to stroke the tiger's whiskers, what kind of intense reaction will Su Lu, this little tiger, have? Of course, the prerequisite is that he can come back alive from the front line. She had seen through the ups and downs of the Federation in the past few decades. She knew very well that anything could happen on the battlefield. A stray bullet or a rock could kill a future famous general of the Federation. During the war between the Federation and the empire that lasted for many years, how many talented and strong-willed young people like Su Lu were mercilessly cut down like countless trees. The madam silently recalled the past. After a moment, she slowly stood up and walked out of the balcony. Chapter 459. Secondly, I'm taking leave today. It's not that I'm tired. It's not that I don't have time. I'm not tired at all today. I even went out to play for a while in the afternoon. I definitely have time to write. Even if I start writing now, I'll definitely be able to write 3,000 words by tonight. It's just that my mood isn't right. In the evening, I drank 2 glasses of wine with my father and chatted for a while. I suddenly remembered that when I was young, I often heard my father talk about his old days as a soldier in Tibet. There's nothing to be sentimental about. It's just that the story of the spy is about to enter a more hot-blooded phase. I can't find the point where I feel that way. My life has been joyful and trivial for too long. I sat in front of the computer for a while. I even thought about spelling with my friends, but I still wrote and deleted it. I have to write well. I have to write something slightly better. I didn't give myself enough psychological preparation at the beginning today. This is a serious problem with my writing attitude. Recently, I sincerely apologize to everyone. And then there's the most important thing. Ever since I got my license, I've never stopped writing. I've stopped writing countless times. Although it's true that the fatigue of being a middle-aged man has played a major role, when you think about it carefully, it's ultimately because I haven't given myself enough pressure. My attitude isn't correct enough, like what I said earlier. I've said in the past that my work is my interest. It doesn't necessarily have any meaning. It's just to entertain everyone. It's to help you pass the time of your precious or leisurely time. But when you think about it more deeply, life is actually all about using various methods to pass the time. So the method is actually very important. In other words, we writers of stories are also very important in a certain sense. Since it's important, we have to have an attitude towards major events. For example, the 60th anniversary celebration, the Olympics, a house, or a marriage. After clenching my fist for a long time, I hereby solemnly promise to all of you, from tomorrow onwards until the end, this story of the spy, which I like very much, will never stop writing. In the past, I've always been a man of my word. Everyone knows that, so I rarely dare to make any promises. Ha! The little things under my pajamas are indeed wretched. But since I've made this promise today, I'll naturally fulfill it seriously. I'll use this to correct my attitude, to enjoy my work, and to entertain everyone. Chapter 460. The convoy left the base and passed through the Golden Forest. Everyone got off the vehicles and equipped themselves with individual weapons. They carried light work equipment and entered the long-awaited light battleships. They charged into the clear sky and glided toward the dark red sunset in the distance. They landed in a remote corner of the Rocky Mountain range. Throughout the entire process, Team 7 was silent, the lone military vehicle that entered the base, and the black coffin on the vehicle seemed to be still in the eyes of all the members. Their minds were heavy and cold. The high temperature and terrifying destructive power of modern warfare made it difficult for the brave soldiers to keep their dignity intact after death. Most of the soldiers' bodies would not be brought back to the main planet of the Westwoods or the Capital Ring. Instead, they would be buried on these remote planets. This was the usual practice of the federal military. From the marshal to the ordinary soldiers, all the people of the Federation firmly believed that the place where they finally fell and died was the land of the Federation. After leaving the light battleship, the 100 or so people rested for a while. Then they began to follow the mission details they had just received. Under the cover of the twilight, they walked toward a deep valley in the Rocky Mountain range. A slightly strange atmosphere still shrouded the silent Team 7. Along the way, only the sound of military boots stepping on fallen leaves and the soft chirping of birds and insects could be heard. Shipeng carried the heavy workbench and followed the team with difficulty. His gaze passed through the transparent infantry helmet and fell on Su Li's back. After staying on the front lines for so many days, he could already erase the cold arrogance and tyrannical attitude of the speaker's son. However, he still kept a lot of it in his bones. But for some reason, when he looked at Su Lu now, it was very difficult to summon the hatred that could spontaneously arise at any time. There was indeed nothing to hate. In these days of missions and battles, Su Lu had kept his promise and always stood in the most dangerous place. Thinking of the black coffin ceremony he saw on the road, Shipeng's expression became slightly solemn. The troops had a probing attack last night, and hundreds of comrades had died. Compared to the field troops, Team 7, who had not lost a single person until today, was really very relaxed and lucky. Because of the military vehicle and the black coffin, there were many new recruits who felt emotional and inferior like Shipeng. That was why the team in the valley was so silent and calm. Su Lu turned his head to look at his teammates at the woodlands. He noticed that many of them were breathing heavily, but their expressions were more relaxed. He couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed. After going through 10 days of brutal training in the Westwoods military camp, these guys also knew that they had taken the initiative to train more in the past 2 months. Their military qualities had improved a lot. These young men who were still young soldiers 2 months ago could now carry the technical components of the Bureau of Proclamation that weighed dozens of kilograms and march for 1.5 hours on foot. This kind of progress not only won the silent praise of the veterans, but would also become a beautiful memory in their own lives in the future. The temporary resting area was a gentle slope with trees covering the top. The sunset on the horizon had long been blocked by the mountains, and the world was filled with a slightly gloomy atmosphere. Su Lu knew why such a remote place would become one of the areas selected by the Bureau of Proclamation to reconstruct the surveillance network. No matter whether it was in terms of geography or the military arrangements between the Federation and the Empire, this should be a forgotten area. The only exception was the simple and ancient road by the woodlands that seemed to explain some problems. Curly Hair just gave us the details of the mission at the top level. Gu Shifeng walked over and picked up the mini electronic booklet. 284-822, 13 square kilometers of the axis to lay a network over a 3 square kilometer area. It's a Type 3 composite surveillance network. It won't be difficult to install it, but the key is that there are a few spots that might need to be installed on the rock walls. Just treat it as a vacation. Lan Xiaolong held a cigarette in his mouth and shrugged. In this kind of place where birds don't shit, even if we go rock climbing naked, the Empire's patrolling soldiers probably won't see us. No one paid him any attention. Bai Yulan took the electronic booklet from Gu Shifeng's hands. A second ago, Shi Peng had quickly turned on the workbench and then obediently retreated to the woodlands in the distance. Only Su Lu, Bai Yulan, and a few others were qualified to access the specific mission details of the Bureau of Proclamation's 7 groups of soldiers. He wasn't included. The electronic booklet was connected to the workbench. Su Lu and the others huddled together and looked at the display on the screen. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. It wasn't because the mission today was too heavy or because they had to take risks behind enemy lines. On the contrary, it was because the mission this time was so simple and easy that it didn't seem to require all 7 groups to be mobilized. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the flashing dots on the screen. His finger tapped lightly to enlarge the field of view of the map. At the same time, he silently moved the fixed areas of the previous missions that he had stored in his mind through the back door. He gradually outlined a more complete map. It was indeed the back door. After every mission, the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation would destroy all the records left on the workbench of 7 groups. The complicated data couldn't be remembered through the human brain. Su Lu went through the back door, through the old man. He used the first sequence authority that he didn't even understand to ask the central computer in the distant capital ring to send the data back through the back door of the chip behind his neck. Just now, they said that the general attack should be within a week. I think it will be earlier than we thought. He pursed his dry lips and forced a smile as he voiced his judgment. In fact, the Federal Army had already gained an overall advantage on Planet 5460. On Planet 163, they had also begun to take the initiative. However, it was said that on Planet 3320, the troops of both sides were still fighting fiercely. It's been more than 2 months. There are many teams, like 7 groups on this planet. I've calculated carefully. At least 70% of the surface area has been successfully rebuilt. But why hasn't the charter been used in the recent military operations? Lan Xiaolong said with a frown. Su Lu glanced at the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation who were smoking silently by the rock in the distance and said, if the electronic surveillance network is used in a small-scale battle, the people of the Imperium will monitor it. As long as the location of the equipment we buried is confirmed, they will destroy it at all costs. The idea of the Ministry of Defense and the Bureau of Proclamation is very simple. They will slowly arrange the net neatly and fully activate it during the general attack. He smiled, held the cigarette in his mouth, and ignited the windproof lighter with a snap. There was a slight light in the dark mountain forest. When the time comes, the Bureau of Proclamation will say, "Let there be light." Then this planet will have light, and the evil ghosts of the Imperium will die when they see the light. In the last twilight, in the beginning of the night, between the slightly bald cliffs on both sides of an old road, the faint sound of drilling machines could be heard from time to time. Rocks were drilled away, soil was turned over, and trees were cut down. In the distance, and near, if one looked carefully with the naked eye, one could see many Federation soldiers in colorful military uniforms silently but quickly. They were installing the electronic equipment of the Bureau of Proclamation, which was originally as strange as a monster but was now as familiar as a first love, into this 7-square-kilometer area. The infantry suits on them had an automatic cooling camouflage effect. They could effectively hide from the Imperial Expeditionary Force's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft that rarely escaped Federation's destruction. The team members were divided into many groups. They meticulously carried out the installation work in the cliffs valleys, and forests according to the complicated and even tedious requirements of the Bureau of Proclamation. At the outermost edge of the mission operation area, Xiong Linquan and a few other veterans were leading Yen Bingyan and the others. They vigilantly watched the movements in the distance. At the same time, they continuously sent out folding signal interference through the equipment to block the signal that might overflow later. Su Lu sat under a large rock. With his sharp eyesight, he observed the image of the team members working furthest away. His fingers occasionally lit up the dense steel windproof lighter in his hand. In the legends of the military camp, many veterans had their heads blown off by the Imperium snipers because they lit up cigarettes at night. However, the Federation soldiers, including him, did not seem to believe in this legend. This was because this was a war that started within the Federation. The Federation had the absolute advantage in this war. All the mission operation areas were filtered countless times by high-altitude satellites to eliminate most of the dangers. Done. Prepare to debug. Gu Shifeng's calm voice sounded in his earpiece. At the same time, the curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official not far away turned on his mini workstation. Today's mission was completed very easily. Su Lu patted his butt and stood up. He looked at the team members who were busy with debugging and physical concealment work. He took a deep breath and realized that it was already midnight. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that year 68 of the constitutional calendar had already ended a few days ago. Right now, he was standing in the spring of year 69 of the constitutional calendar, in a place incomparably far away from his hometown. When the troops returned to the safe zone transit base in the light battleship, Su Lu had just started to feel a faint sense of homesickness when he was successfully turned into silence by an email from his second hometown, S1. This was an email that the Internal Affairs Department of the Federation of Defense had specially forwarded to him. The email said in a serious tone that two exceptionally fierce and powerful experts had snuck into the West Woods in the 100 Mustar region. After a serious investigation, the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation determined that the target of these two experts was most likely him. Experts were naturally experts in killing people. Su Lu silently finished reading the email and then destroyed it. The powerful departments of the government were currently investigating this matter, but he knew very well that the people in the Federation who wanted to kill him and dared to kill him definitely had a way to help the two experts find a way to exist in the Federation. Although the only loopholes in the glory of the Charter were the uncle and himself to this day, those who lived in Bermuda did not necessarily have no chips behind their necks. Someone wanted to assassinate him, but Su Lu did not have a trace of fear in his heart. During the war, it was impossible for the two supposedly very powerful killers to enter the military camp and come to his side. The strength of the military and the professionalism of the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation were his safety barrier. Group 7 was a group of experts who were used to killing and arson. With a delicate man like Bai Yulan and a dozen or so men by his side, even the most powerful killers would pale in comparison. Most importantly, Su Lu had to admit without humility that it was very difficult to kill someone like him. But when he thought about how he had risked his life for the Federation on the front lines, and how there were still some big shots behind the scenes who wanted to kill him, this feeling did not make him sad, but angry. What made him angrier was what happened next. Chapter 461. It was 6 a.m, and the white willow trees on the horizon were beginning to fill the sky. Most of the world was still in darkness. The Federation's lightest feather model warship, which was still incomparably large compared to a human's body, blocked out the daylight and sunk the darkness, reflecting Su Li's unconcealed anger on his face. The Bureau of Proclamation had unimaginable high-level authority, even on the battlefield. This mysterious organization had assigned Group 7 a new mission. From a certain perspective, it was a military order. As a soldier, Sulu had no reason to refuse, let alone be angry. However, after a night of high-intensity network installation, the members of Group 7 were already quite tired, and they hadn't made any preparations for the Bureau of Proclamation's sudden mission. In addition, it was already daylight, so the new mission would have to be carried out during the day. The level of danger would increase by a lot, and there might be serious casualties. And from the cold attitude of this curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official, it was obvious that he didn't care about the lives of his team members, so Su Li's anger was undisguised in his eyes. The curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official ignored the anger on Su Li's face. He took out a miniature workbench from his black overalls, opened a top-secret electronic map, and said coldly, "The time of the general attack is set for this evening. The installation of the electronic surveillance network has been basically completed. Your mission is to head to the central junction and carry out the final test of the net-like data connection." Sulu didn't reply. He slowly put his hands behind his back, and his straight, thick eyebrows raised slightly, but he stubbornly refused to say a word. The central junction is at 832, 113:47. It will take 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 34 seconds to get there from the central base. I request that you complete the final test mission before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the shadow of the warship, only the two of them were there. The soldiers of Group 7 looked at them from afar, and their eyes gradually became suspicious. The officer from the Bureau of Proclamation could clearly sense the conflicting emotions hidden in the silence of the lieutenant colonel in front of him, but he did not care. He lowered his head and quickly demonstrated the operations that Group 7 would need to perform later. In his opinion, he was only representing the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense to issue orders, and all military personnel had to obey orders. Sulu looked at him and suddenly said, F***CK, you, the most advanced technological civilization in the entire universe, do you still need someone to personally activate it? Although I'm not a technical officer of the Bureau of Proclamation, don't forget that I'm still an engineer from Nutshell, not a university graduate from liberal arts. The official was slightly startled. He slowly raised his head and looked at Su Li's face. Only then did he remember the background of the officer in front of him. His heart twitched a little. An unnatural smile appeared on his face as he explained, "The glory of the charter has returned to the fallen star. Of course, it is impossible to manually activate it. However, before the final activation, a certain operation needs to be performed." Sulu didn't answer. He just looked at him coldly. After a moment of silence, the curly-haired officer forced a smile and said, "You understand." If it wasn't for the fact that Sulu had several backers behind him, all of whom were the most magnificent scenery in the Federation, a high-ranking officer from the Bureau of Proclamation would never speak softly like this and take a step back. However, Sulu didn't appreciate his kindness. He stared into his eyes with a serious expression and scolded softly, "What do you know? Don't tell me you still expect this young master to leave you an email address so you can send me a few pornographic videos? Group 7 will definitely accept the mission, but you have to tell me the truth." Su Li's voice was full of undisguised oppression and threat. Although he didn't know what would happen to him after the war if he didn't tell him the truth, for some reason, this Bureau of Proclamation official really did open his mouth after a moment of silence. Since the end of the last Great War, the Bureau of Proclamation hasn't carried out any work of laying a network on the surface for more than 10 years. In particular, the installation of a network that covers the entire surface of a planet like 163 and 3320 is something that hasn't been done in several hundred years. The officer said with a trace of awkwardness and silence, "Although the Bureau has a complete installation manual, there was still a problem. What problem? Sulu asked nervously with a slightly hoarse voice. Last night, when the command ship and the Bureau of Proclamation were doing signal debugging, they discovered that there might be a data error in the linked chipset installed at the central junction. The officer saw Su Li's expression become extremely ugly and immediately continued to explain, "But the Bureau has already given me full authority. The relevant technical operation procedures and important parameters are all on the workbench. We only need to carry out some repair work. It won't be difficult." Su Li's expression gradually returned to normal, but he couldn't stop sucking in cold air inwardly. The Federation had already decided to launch a general attack on the planet today, but the most important all-around surveillance and command network was in danger of not being able to be activated. The date of the general attack involved many complicated aspects, such as command, combat force deployment, logistics planning, and many others. If the date was changed or delayed, not to mention whether the Empire would find out, the self-destruction of the huge project of war would cause the Federal Army to pay an even heavier price. He took off his sunglasses and rubbed his aching forehead. He looked at the high-end workbench in the officer's hand and said, "Give me the operation specifications and parameters." "No, this is top-secret data. Only I can keep it." Once it involved the regulations related to the charter, the curly-haired officer returned to his rigid and unyielding attitude. Su Lu was silent for a moment. He knew that there was no point in arguing over this matter. He gave Bai Yulan, who was under the shadow of the battleship, a look. The next moment, Bai Yulan, Lan Xiaolong, and the other officers of Group 7 gathered around Su Lu. Everyone gathered around the workbench and listened carefully to the mission description given by the Bureau of Proclamation official. Everyone's expression became more and more serious. Su Lu didn't look at them. He put on his sunglasses again and stood outside the crowd with his eyes closed. He looked like he was resting, but in fact, he was secretly communicating with the old man to confirm whether what the Bureau of Proclamation said was true. In the end, he received confirmation from the flashing light in his left eye. Without any hesitation, Group 7, who were filled with astonishment and anger at the noble and mysterious Bureau of Proclamation for making such a childish mistake, boarded the battleship again and headed toward the target area. Before leaving, Su Lu asked the Bureau of Proclamation official a question. "Why Group 7? The Bureau of Proclamation official replied, "The Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense only trust you and your team." The bright sun was suspended above the bright atmosphere. The silent soldiers who were carefully advancing along the outer edge of the smooth river kept wiping the sweat from their foreheads. The team was deliberately stretched into a long line like a gray snake. Under Su Li's request, the team members who were carrying out the last mission before the Federation's general attack were reduced to 40 people. The rest of the recruits were led by Lan Xiaolong and returned to the base. "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, thank you for supporting our work." The curly-haired Bureau of Proclamation official had already unbuttoned his collar. He stood beside a smooth rock and said seriously, but his hand was tightly holding the top-secret workbench. He absolutely refused to put it down. Su Lu didn't pay attention to him. He frowned to prevent the sweat from seeping into his eyes. He cautiously scanned the surroundings. He felt that both sides of the river were too quiet at the moment. He didn't know if it was because the sun was too hot, but there were no traces of animals. A dozen steps away, Xiao Shisan and Da Vinci were using their eyes to ask if they could smoke. However, their leader didn't light the cigarette between his lips for a moment, so they couldn't make any unnecessary movements. The cigarette between Su Li's lips swayed up and down, but he didn't light it. This was the best time to have a good line of sight. No one could estimate the risk of maneuvering along the river. "Lieutenant Colonel Su, My surname is Xia. My name is... The Bureau of Proclamation officials seemed to want to ease the tension between himself and Group 7. I don't want to know your name. Su Lu took the cigarette from his lips and stuffed it into his pocket. He looked at the other party and said directly. The curly-haired official was slightly stunned. An unnatural smile appeared on his face, but then his smile disappeared. This was because a white bird flew out of the riverside forest in front of them. Group 7 immediately became alert. The white bird landed on the shallow sand of the river, as if there was no one around. It began to peck at the food, with its head lowered. It ignored the scorching sun and ate to its heart's content. No wonder the bird's body looked a little bloated. The members of Group 7 relaxed. They found this rare moment of leisure and smiled as they watched this scene. The Bureau of Proclamation official awkwardly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was about to turn around and say something to Su Lu. At this moment, Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly reached out and tried to push the official to the ground. His movements were fast, but he was still too slow. An invisible killing bullet flew from afar. It cut through the air and hit the chest of the Bureau of Proclamation official. Then a fierce rain of bullets hit his body accurately and terrifyingly. Together with the workbench in his hand that contained extremely important data, this body of flesh and blood was instantly torn apart into countless pieces of flesh and blood, collapsing on the bank of the river. At this time, the dense and terrifying sounds of guns and cannons on both sides of the river rang out. Boom! The fierce sound of cannons instantly covered the entire area of the river. Countless amounts of soil were lifted up. The unclear trajectories of the bullets penetrated the hard terrazzo stones and the trees on the riverside. In the scene of flying tree barks and smoke filling the sky, there were members of Group 7 who were hit and fell from time to time. Pieces of their hard bulletproof vests burst out, and the parts that were hit spurted out blood. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Find cover! Spread out in a star formation. A series of fierce orders sounded in the communication system of Group 7's individual helmets. Dozens of members retreated into the forest behind the river as fast as they could. With a poof, Da Vinci, who was charging forward with a pale face, had blood spurting out from his knees. He fell heavily to the ground. Without making a sound, he grabbed the rocks with both hands and tried to crawl away from the dense firepower of the Empire on the other side of the river. Su Lu hid under a large rock to avoid the rain of bullets above his head. He didn't notice that his left arm had been shot to the left. He only stared at the body of the official not far away. Chapter 462. The sky was filled with guns and cannons. Countless bullets hit the boulder, splashing countless sharp shards that scattered like flowers. Su Lu hugged his gun and leaned against the boulder. His eyes looked at the forest diagonally above him. It seemed like he was ignoring the whistling bullets that were extremely close to him, as if he was on a small boat cruising through the waves. In reality, his body was already tense. Then, he inserted the black wire on his left wrist into the back cover of the Qian light machine. Almost at the same time, his left hand that was holding the gun shook, and the Qian bent down in the middle. After aiming the barrel at the boulder, the scene on the riverbank appeared on the helmet's holographic screen through the optical fiber. Tut, tut, tut! The Qian next to the boulder spat out flames and shot toward the opposite side of the river. However, a moment later, his right hand shook violently, and the semi-metal gun that he was holding was shattered by the Empire's gunfire. The boulder behind him was also shaking nonstop, and the tremors made his back feel numb. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the Empire's firepower was. amidst the smoke and the mournful sound of the rain of bullets, he said something loudly into the communication system. From the corner of his eyes, he couldn't help but glance at the mangled body not far from the boulder. The official was already dead. He still didn't know his name. Right now, he could only see the curly hair that was plastered in blood. Su Lu quickly made his own judgment. This couldn't be an ambush set by the Empire because the enemy couldn't have predicted that this was a top-secret mission for the Bureau of Proclamation. However, the enemy's firepower was so strong that they didn't know how many people were on the other side of the river. It could only be said that Team 7's luck was extremely bad. Looking at the tattered miniature workbench next to the Bureau of Proclamation official's body, he made the most important judgment in annoyance. The charter network repair data inside was useless. 32 degrees west. Bai Yulan's voice rang out in the battlefield system. His voice was still calm, but he spoke much faster than usual. Faced with the sudden and violent firepower of the Empire, Group 7 was instantly stunned. However, the veterans and the well-trained new recruits reacted in the most professional manner. In the shortest amount of time, they found cover that was reliable and unreliable. As they dodged, they began to counterattack. However, at this moment, several members had already fallen by the riverbank. Terrifying gunshots rang out continuously on both sides of the riverbank. Occasionally, tree trunks would be hit, emitting a trail of smoke and countless pieces of hard bark. Da Vinci fell into the sand beside the riverbank. His left knee was hit, and he tried his best to use his elbow to crawl to the side of the forest. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the crisp but monotonous gunshots, there were bullets that brushed past his body from time to time. White spots appeared on the round rocks and then exploded. The shrapnel began to jump irregularly. In just an instant, there were a few more holes in his hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and there were a few more bloody holes in his legs. Da Vinci's eyes widened as he looked at the forest that was right in front of him, yet seemed so far away. It represented temporary safety, and a strong sense of unwillingness and fear rose in his heart. He used his hands to grab the sand, elbows to the hard rocks, and crawled desperately, but he was suppressed by the rain of bullets on the other side of the river. His facial features became pale and distorted due to the pain, but this son of the governor of Xixia State clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. He bravely and valiantly remained silent, unwilling to distract his comrades who were organizing a counterattack. Su Li's face was also very pale, but his eyes were very bright, brighter and brighter. This was because he realized that he and his team had entered a desperate situation. In the distant forest, there were shadows moving. It should be the Empire's soldiers who had crossed the riverbank from downstream and were preparing to flank their escape route. A fierce expression flashed across his face that was full of smoke and dust. He fiercely tore off the data cable connected to the back of the Qian machine gun. With a click, he mechanically loaded the gun and pulled the trigger. Amidst the bursts of gunfire, leaves flew up and shadows fell. Just as Su Lu had predicted, the desperate battle by the riverbank was not an ambush by the Empire. Since the beginning of the war between the Federation and the Empire, Planet 163 had always maintained a large scale of peace. However, the Empire's people could clearly smell the sinister and terrifying smell under the peace, especially in the past few days. The glory of the Charter was like a noose. Although they couldn't see where this black noose would land, they could feel that this noose was getting tighter and tighter. On this planet, there were dozens of teams like Group 7. They abandoned heavy equipment that could expose their location and silently and cautiously carried out the surveillance network repair work like ants. How could the Imperial Expeditionary Force not notice and be vigilant? It was just that they couldn't find these guys who suddenly appeared and disappeared like wandering souls. The Empire's soldiers wanted to know where the damn surveillance equipment was, but the Federation had never activated it. Fortunately, they had soldiers who were not afraid of death and were not afraid of hard work, so they used the simplest and most primitive method, which was the human wave tactic. On both sides of the Rocky Mountains that span the north and south of the planet, the Imperial Expeditionary Force sent out countless small teams to the dangerous forests, rivers, and plains. It was like gambling with their lives, and they hoped that they could win this gamble. During this process, most of the Empire's teams either waited for more than 10 days and nights until their supplies were exhausted, or they were discovered by the Federal Army and attacked to death. However, the Empire's team by the riverbank was obviously luckier. They just waited there helplessly, but who knew that they would really encounter a Federation team? And this team had an official from the Bureau of Proclamation. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? After half a minute of silence, the Empire's mobile mountain grenades started to bombard again. The ground on the riverbank began to tremble, and the loud noise almost covered the command in the communication system. Broken limbs flew on the sand, and explosions sounded in the forest from time to time. The dry leaves under the hot sun began to burn vigorously. Screams of Group 7's team members could be heard occasionally in the forest, and the counterattack gunshots kept ringing. A team of Empire soldiers was approaching from the forest downstream, and Group 7 was in danger of being pincered from the front and back. A sharp beeping sound rang in the earpiece. Fortunately, there was no mission area at this time, so the signal connection was not cut off. Group 7 had been desperately calling for air support from the Federation. After killing the two closest soldiers of the Imperium and suppressing the soldiers of the Imperium downstream with the firepower on the right, Sulu breathed quickly and leaned against the trembling rock again. Feeling the numbness on his back, he lowered his head and began to count seriously. 7, 6. He was calculating the firing interval of the Empire's Sharp Rabbit Mountain cannon. As a professional engineer, he had been on the front line for a long time and learned a lot from the old members of Group 7. When he heard the sound of the Empire's cannon and the bullet tracks, he confirmed the model of the enemy's main firepower. When he counted down to 3, his pupils suddenly shrank. He knew that this was the time, so he shouted into the communication device, "Big Bear, West 32, look up 3 degrees and shoot horizontally." Almost at the same time, Magnolia's voice quickly added, 15 degrees to the left and right. In the woods on this side of the riverbank, there was a sudden burst of popping sounds. A burst of bright flames, like a shooting star, tore through the air in this area, carrying the smell of burning and death, and blasted into the dense woods on the other side of the riverbank. Darren's autocannon finally unleashed its might. Within a 50-meter radius of the forest opposite the river, countless trees cracked and crumbled, slowly falling down. Those ferocious bullets exploded with a loud bang, like white clouds of smoke. These clouds of smoke swept from left to right, forming a straight white line. The firepower on the other side was instantly suppressed by this fierce barrage. Who knew how many Empire soldiers were torn apart and turned into flesh and blood? Just the heavy trees that fell and burst apart crushed more than 10 Empire soldiers to death. Xiong Linquan crouched behind a horizontal tree in the forest, his eyes wide open. His entire body trembled along with the vibration of Dalin's autocannon. However, his powerful arm strength and shooting ability allowed Dalin's 6 lines of fire to not deviate from the direction that Sulu and Magnolia were pointing at. The 3 old members of Group 7 crouched beside him, quickly and continuously supplying the chain magazine. At the same time, they used their own bodies to protect Xiong Linquan's safety. From time to time, stray bullets would hit their helmets or bodies, causing them to tremble. However, in the next moment, they would fearlessly crouch back up and continue with their work. Their faces were cold and incomparably silent. The firepower of the Empire soldiers on the other side was suppressed. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Su Lu was like a stone. He suddenly shot up from behind the large rock and rushed into the forest. While escaping into the forest, he stretched out his right hand and tightly grabbed onto a wounded soldier that he had been observing for a long time. He brought that person along and quickly left the exposed riverbank. He didn't pay attention to who the wounded soldier was. He only knew that, at the beginning, that person had been hit by the Empire's armor-piercing bullets and couldn't move due to his heavy injuries. Using the same simple reason, he escaped the shooting range of the Imperial Army like a cheetah and ran into the forest. He didn't notice that his butt had gone numb for a moment. The forest was filled with smoke and gunfire. Su Lu stared in the direction of the riverbank. He knew that Group 7 had to retreat immediately. However, the problem was that compared to escaping danger, his first priority should be to complete the Bureau of Proclamation's mission. It had nothing to do with repairing or many other things. He was very clear that if Group 7 couldn't complete this mission, then the Federation's reconstruction of the glory of the Charter would have a huge problem. Perhaps the fluttering flag of the Federation wouldn't be able to fly at all. Instead, the black hibiscus flag of the Empire would be dazzling and eye-catching. The person who was carelessly rescued by Su Lu was Lu Jiao. She had been shot in the abdomen, and there was a terrifying wound in the blood. He turned around and was about to brace the rain of bullets from the Empire to rescue the wounded soldiers of Group 7. However, in front of him on the right, a veteran arched his body and quickly rushed out. He rushed towards Da Vinci, who was in the sand and didn't dare to raise his head due to the rain of bullets. That person was Xiao Shizenlu, Chapter 463. Seeing Xiao 13th Lu rush out, Su Lu immediately stopped and hid behind a large tree. He stretched out his right hand and pressed hard on the bloody wound on Lu Jiao's abdomen. He didn't look at the slightly black blood flowing out from between his fingers. He stared at Lu Jiao's pale face and said loudly, "Hold on." The Imperial troops on the other side of the river were temporarily suppressed by Darren's rotary autocannon, but the Imperial soldiers coming from downstream finally broke through the line of defense of Group 7. Su Lu looked back at the vague figures of the Imperial soldiers at the edge of the forest and felt a chill in his heart. He wasn't the best military commander, but he knew that the only thing Group 7 could do now was to retreat. However, the problem was that they had to retreat cleanly. They couldn't let the Imperial soldiers bite their tails, because Group 7 still had to complete the last mission of the Bureau of Proclamation. If they couldn't fix the stupid mistake of the Bureau of Proclamation, the glory of the Charter wouldn't be able to return to Planet 163. The Federation's general attack that was scheduled to be launched in the evening would have a huge problem. The bright Federation flag might be forced to sleep again. Just as he was thinking of a way to retreat, he suddenly heard Magnolia's angry roar from the forest. 13th! His pupils shrank as he turned his head to look. Xiao 13th, Lu's thick legs moved quickly. He bravely rushed to the open area of the river and grabbed Da Vinci, who was in a pool of blood. He turned around and rushed into the forest. However, less than 5 meters away from the edge of the forest, the Imperial soldiers launched a barrage of bullets. Bang, 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 bang. His body was knocked off the ground by the powerful bullets. Just as he was about to lose control in midair, he bravely used his waist and abdomen to throw Da Vinci into the forest. Because of this action, his body was dragged by inertia and turned half a circle in the direction of the river. The bullets hit the hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and a few burnt holes appeared on the military uniform. Bang! 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 A few more Imperial bullets hit his helmet, and the transparent infantry helmet instantly cracked like a spider web. At this time, Xiao 13th Lu was still alive. The members of Group 7 in the forest could even see a trace of a farmer's unique smile with a hint of fear on his pale face. This was the last time everyone saw the farmer's sun smile. In the next moment, the high-speed Empire's sharp rabbit grenade exploded in front of his feet. The air around the riverbank suddenly vibrated and exploded. Xiao 13th Lu's strong body was like a cloth bag filled with red paint. He was blown away by the explosion and landed heavily on a huge rock, making a muffled sound. Blood spurted out from his facial orifices and hit the helmet of the infantryman that was about to shatter, spreading along the spiderweb-like cracks. The hard ceramic bulletproof vest was shattered, and the dark military uniform was blown into pieces. The small Federation flag on his left shoulder was cut by the shrapnel and blown away by the flames and air dancing lightly in the smoke. Then, it landed on his helmet. Inside the blood-soaked helmet, Xiao 13th Lu's face still maintained the weird smile from before. His eyes were still wide open, as if he was not dead yet. He was seriously looking at the burnt fragments of the military flag outside the helmet. Skyscraper. Da Vinci, who had fallen heavily on the gravel in the forest, saw this tragic scene not far away as soon as he woke up. He cried and stood up, dragging his heavily injured left knee. He limped over like a madman. At the same time, he lifted the Qian light machine gun with his right hand and madly opened fire at the opposite side of the riverbank. By Magnolia, who was not far from him, kicked him to the ground without hesitation. She dragged the struggling and crying Da Vinci along the uneven ground and quickly retreated into the forest. The imperial royal family's black hibiscus flag was already fluttering on the riverbank. The densely packed imperial soldiers were yelling excitedly as they charged towards Group 7's forest from both the opposite bank and the downstream. Looking at the number of people, it was at least an Empire infantry battalion. Su no longer looked at the black hibiscus flag that symbolized death. He also didn't look at the ice-cold bodies of Xiao Shizhenlu and the other team members who were submerged in the water. He turned around too quickly, and his neck actually hurt a little. He stuffed the first aid kit into the arms of the semi-conscious Lu Jiao and let a passing recruit drag Lu Jiao to the back of the forest. He stood up and shouted at Xipeng, who had been crouching behind a bush, "Retreat!" The gunshots on both sides of the riverbank were too loud. The pale Xipeng looked at Su Lu absent-mindedly. He did not hear what Su Lu said clearly, but Su Li's command made him suddenly wake up. His whole body trembled. He immediately used the secret battlefield command system and quickly shouted to all the team members, 3 seconds of map transmission. Time synchronization. Regroup at the old location. Everyone retreat quickly. Blazing plan. Cover the rear. The wristwatch beeped lightly. The synchronization before the retreat was completed according to the orders issued by the higher-ups. The members of Team 7, who were scattered in the riverbank forest, quickly took out the high-efficiency explosives from their waists and threw them at the person who was crouching in the forest. Then they used silence to suppress their sadness and anger. They carried or supported their injured comrades and quickly retreated to the depths of the mountain behind the forest. Xipeng did not retreat. As the messenger of Team 7's commander, Su Lu, he had gotten used to his role in the past 2 months. He issued clear orders according to Team 7's battle arrangements. According to his gloominess, cowardice, and selfishness, he should not have stayed. But he felt that his legs were a little heavy today. The lives and blood of too many comrades made his lips dry. The anxious fire in his chest burned his body and made his body tremble Slightly, there was a feeling of disdain when he first joined the army that rushed into his brain. Ah! He screamed crazily with a trembling voice. He followed behind Su Lu and rushed to the edge of the forest. He raised his gun and fiercely opened fire, killing the Empire soldier who was charging at the front. Su Lu saw Shi Peng's figure from the corner of his eyes. But at this time, he did not have time to express his surprise and admiration. He silently rushed over. Then his feet were cast in the gap between a big tree and a strange rock. He calmly picked up the 21-26 that by Magnolia just threw at him. Poof! A clear and muffled gunshot sounded. An Empire soldier who rushed into the forest bled between his eyebrows and fell to the ground. He stood next to the tree, holding the rifle level. His eyes were aimed at the optical scope. He quickly panned his view again. Almost at the same time when he moved to his position, his index finger pulled the trigger. Another clear gunshot sounded. Another Empire soldier was knocked to the ground with his limbs facing the sky. Shi Peng was lying on the rock, howling crazily while spraying bullets with all her might. Su Lu, on the other hand, stood silently and calmly at the front. He didn't look for any cover. He held his long rifle and quickly aimed. Then he mechanically pulled the trigger. The slender 21-26 long sniper rifle in his hands had become a sharp weapon for close combat. A moment later, 6 Empire soldiers had already died under his gun. He could not retreat. He had to buy time for that guy who had been squatting in the forest and muttering. Only in this way could the army that was retreating deeper into the mountains survive the pursuit of this empire. He did not look like Song Shua. He was still like that stubborn rock, a rock covered in moss, a rock that had been immersed in the river for hundreds of millions of years. He was not afraid of the Empire's bullets. But was he not afraid? The Empire soldiers who bravely charged at the front were knocked to the ground. However, more and more Empire soldiers behind them fearlessly charged into the dark forest. In the direction of the river, they could already hear dense shouts and footsteps in the Empire's language. Once the Empire soldiers charged into the forest, it would only take a moment for them to completely devour Su Lu and Shi Peng. How much longer do we have to hold on? Su Lu held the rifle and fired horizontally. His face was silent. He seemed to be inhumanly calm amidst the smoke, but in reality, only he knew the burning anxiety in his heart. His eyes were already filled with blood red. It was not the blood red of fatigue, but the color left behind by killing. With a click, he knocked down the Empire soldier in front of him. However, a tongue of fire suddenly shot out from the forest in front of him. The rapid bullets hit the tree trunk on the ground, causing Shi Peng's left eyebrow to hurt. She subconsciously fell to the ground. The bullets hit the upper half of Su Li's body. It was as if his entire body was forcefully pulled by someone from behind. He slammed violently into a tree 3 meters away. A few more small holes appeared on the hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and a 2-centimeter-long wound appeared on the transparent helmet. With a crash, the leaves on the tree were shaken to the ground. Just as the leaves danced in the air, he, who had his back miserably hit the tree, bounced up with an unimaginable reaction and speed. Using the momentum, he returned like a wisp of smoke. His trembling legs left behind a faint trail on the ground, and with a boom, he entered the shrubbery. There was an Empire soldier behind the bush. This Empire soldier with a full beard stared in horror. He could not believe what he had just seen. He clearly had his index finger on the trigger, but he did not have time to pull it down. With a crack, Su Li's palm chopped down like lightning. He avoided the defensive measures and ruthlessly chopped off the soldier's throat. Blood, mixed with bone fragments, splattered everywhere. The one who had been squatting in the forest the entire time was Gu Shifeng. He was the most outstanding electrical control expert in Group 7, as well as the most ferocious explosives expert and environmental expert. He was squatting on the ground. Of course, he was not helplessly drawing circles because of the cannon fire. Instead, he was collecting the high-efficiency explosives his comrades had thrown to him before they left. His 10 stubby fingers were like the hands of a pianist at this moment. Gu Shifeng only used his left hand to electrically connect the scattered explosives around him. At the same time, his left hand was quickly calculating on the workbench. He calculated the depth of the forest, the angle of the mountain, the thickness of the rock, the hardness of the rock species, and the related mechanical calculations. As he calculated, he habitually muttered to himself. However, today, he did not have the usual carefree and evil smile on his face. There was only a faint haggard and nervousness. There was too little time, so he only had a 30% chance of success. However, this was worth the gamble. Using the shortest amount of time, he completed the installation of the explosives. His left hand's round fingers had just left the electrode when Gu Shifeng hurriedly shouted into the forest, "Go!" Chapter 464. When he heard Gu Shifeng's roar, Su Li's pale face moved, slightly. A burst of bullets swept over. In front of the beautiful gunfire, the leaves in front of him were cut into pieces and shrapnel flew everywhere. The Imperial soldiers who had just charged into the forest were all forced to the ground. He released a muffled groan. His military boots dug deep into the earth. The countless pairs of muscle fibers on his legs suddenly collapsed and loosened, erupting with powerful strength. He turned into a gray shadow as he retreated backwards. While he was retreating, his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Shifeng's neck. Like a hunter carrying a rabbit, he charged into the gloomy forest. With just a few leaps, his figure already rushed out of the dense forest by the river. Carrying a few slightly curled leaves, he charged like a storm into the rugged mountain rocks, immediately catching up to Gu Shifeng. F***CK. Gu Shifeng, who had already thrown away all of her equipment and even her heavy helmet, looked at the gust of wind that rose around her. She looked at her boss, who had passed her. She gasped for breath and cursed. Her fingers spun the wristwatch in a complete circle, and then she suddenly threw herself into a crack on the side of the mountain road. Pooh! An extremely weak explosion sounded from the forest not far below. Immediately after, a second explosion that was slightly louder, a third. In a short second, the 11 bullet burying points between the forest and rock quickly exploded one after another. Like firecrackers, not a single gap was left. In the end, that string of explosions condensed into a fierce and deafening noise. The entire riverbank was shaken up. It was as if a powerful gust of wind had swept up from this place. The dense forest by the riverbank suddenly collapsed, collectively bending over. Some of the thinner tree trunks were even directly blown apart, revealing the fresh but ugly tips of the tree hearts. The crushed rocks that were blown up were like bullets, not distinguishing friend from foe, not distinguishing between friend and foe, shooting in all directions. It was like a torrential rain, hitting a wide leaf, making paw-paw sounds. It was unknown how many layers of smoke were scattered, how many layers of bloody earth were penetrated. After an unknown amount of time, the aftershock of the explosion gradually subsided. The cries of countless Imperial soldiers in pain echoed in the woods. 2 burning bodies fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Gu Shifeng removed her hands from the back of her head and wiped away the dust on her face. She widened her eyes and quickly swept her gaze down the mountain. After confirming the aftermath of the explosion, A trace of joy and fear appeared in her eyes. She did not notice that the back of her hand was already drenched in blood. It was a hasty explosion, but the explosion produced a perfect result. This kind of luck that he didn't dare to believe before made him sigh with emotion. Were the souls of his companions who had died by the river blessing him? The forest between the rocks in front of them became much sparser, and a sharp whistle faintly sounded. Gu Shifeng lowered her head and used the remaining smoke to quickly climb up. Dozens of meters behind her, the rugged mountain path that was difficult to traverse had already been completely covered by the collapsed rocks. The bullets fired by the Imperial soldiers whistled past the shattered rocks, but they were no longer a threat to the retreating Group 7. The mountain collapsed, fiercely blocking the path of the Imperial soldiers pursuing them. This explosion cut off Group 7's path of retreat, and also left behind the corpses of their comrades by the river. In the battle command room of the Federation battleship in outer space of planet 163, the situation on the surface of the planet was constantly changing on the huge holographic screen. The senior officers of the Federation were in a hurry, and their expressions were solemn. A sense of urgency, like an arrow on a bowstring, silently filled the huge space. On the screen, the outer armor bunker of the missile base had already been moved away, and the sharp missile body pointed straight at the sky. The fighter jets on the simple military airport had already slowly taxied out of the hangar and were preparing to enter the runway, ready to take off at any time. Countless heavy armors were silently parked in the valley, waiting for the last shadow of the setting sun to cover their bodies. 350 heavy M-52 mechas coldly walked through the forest, startling the birds. There were also dozens of the latest black MX models silently traversing through all kinds of complicated terrain, taking the lead step by step to approach the defense line of the Empire. The Federation's general attack on planet 163 would begin in full force in the evening. A total of 14 armored divisions would launch a fierce attack from 4 directions. However, at this time, the atmosphere in the command room of the battleship was a bit strange. The generals with golden stars on their shoulders and the young staff officers didn't have much of the excitement before the big battle. They only silently stared at the screen in the middle of the light screen. The surveillance satellite had just transmitted a battle that happened on the 2 sides of an unknown river. The Federation and Empire didn't have many soldiers involved in the battle, and the battle wasn't very intense, but everyone in the hall knew what this battle meant. The deputy commander of the Federation's 1st military region, Yichang Tian, was specially sent from the capital ring to the west woods to be in charge of the general attack plan on planet 163 because of the Victory military operation. This highly respected general silently stared at the light screen. His hand didn't habitually stroke his white hair, and his calm facial features didn't reveal any of his true emotions. Even though he had already cursed all the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation and their ancestors in his heart. After closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, he walked into a secret meeting room next to the command room. Looking at the 9 Bureau of Proclamation officials wearing black uniforms, he said in a deep voice, "The team that the Ministry of Defense and you jointly recommended was attacked on the riverbank earlier. We haven't been able to contact them for the time being. According to the analysis of the satellite images, the data has been destroyed." The walls of the battleship room, made of high-energy plastic mixed with alloy, gave off a trace of a cold feeling. The 9 Bureau of Proclamation officials in the room were male and female, but they were all relatively young. When they heard this, they all stood up in shock. Looking at the expressions of these Bureau of Proclamation officials, Deputy Commander Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that when the Federation's general attack was imminent, the Empire would suddenly go crazy? They didn't care about the loss of lives at all and sent countless guerrilla battalions into the Rocky Mountain region. In the end, it was that team that had extremely bad luck. General, you also know that the Federation hasn't entered a large-scale network like this for many years. I'm not defending the Bureau of Proclamation's mistake, but since a problem has appeared, we must immediately solve this problem. A female Bureau of Proclamation official said coldly she had a face that could be considered pretty, but because the outline of her face was too obvious, she appeared a little stiff. Even with a pair of round glasses, there was no way to improve her appearance. This wasn't a defense, but this cold and matter-of-fact tone showed the Bureau of Proclamation's extraordinary position in the Federation's structure. Facing an important general of the military, the Bureau of Proclamation official was still so unyielding. Right now, the network is already 86% complete. Once it is activated, this general attack will definitely be victorious. This female official frowned and said, "We need to fix that small problem. The problem right now is that the only team that can make it to that area is that team." She stared into Deputy Commander Yi's eyes and said seriously, "The data is destroyed. We can apply for permission to transmit it again, but that team must continue to move forward and complete the mission." Deputy Commander Yi was silent for a few seconds. He reached out and pulled up the holographic screen on the table. Looking at the video of the previous battle on the screen, he said, "This team has already suffered heavy losses." The 9 Bureau of Proclamation officials in the room didn't say anything. They just looked at him quietly, using this silence to express some kind of firm attitude. A bitter smile appeared on Deputy Commander Yi's lips. As a soldier, he had seen too many Federation soldiers die, but Group 7 was different. In this group that suffered heavy losses, there were many children of important people in the Federation, and that's Su Lu. It wasn't that the general didn't dare to take responsibility, but after all, he was a person with feelings, not a cold organization like the Bureau of Proclamation that only followed logic and regulations. "Connect me to 3320. I want to talk to Commander Zhong," the general said in a deep voice. A trace of confusion appeared on the face of the Bureau of Proclamation official. He didn't understand why a simple mission would alarm the highest commander on the front line of the Westwoods. A moment later, Ning He, the second-class staff officer of the headquarters, walked in quickly and said quickly, "Group 7's signal has been connected. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu wants to talk." Deputy Commander Yi had just finished a call with the Tiger of the Westwoods. Hearing this, the corner of his eye twitched. He connected the line and said in a deep voice, "Report the status of your group." Su Li's hoarse and tired voice sounded from the communication device. 11 dead for seriously injured. Our group is located at 12 bases to the right of the Chiqiao mountain range. The geographical deviation is 300 meters. We urgently need backup and medical assistance. The screen on the table immediately showed the satellite map of Group 7's location. However, due to the electronic interference of the Empire, the real-time image was a bit blurry. One could only vaguely see some gray rocks and green plants with some black dots scattered in between. Ning He stood quietly behind Deputy Commander Yi. His eyes fell on the screen, but his right hand was clenched tightly behind his back. On that bald mountain were his closest friends and comrades, but now he couldn't help them. He even had to send them to a more dangerous place. Deputy Commander Yi thought of the previous phone call and the opinion of the Bureau of Proclamation. Without hesitation, he ordered, "I order you to continue to the designated operation area to complete the mission. Before entering the signal isolation area, the Bureau of Proclamation will send the relevant data. Please keep the signal channel open." The other side of the communication device was silent for a moment. Then Sue Lee's tired and slightly mocking voice sounded again. That's the data of Level 2 clearance. Given the rigidity of the Bureau of Proclamation, will they be able to apply for clearance in time? Hearing this, the expressions of the Bureau of Proclamation officials in the room turned a bit ugly. One of the officials who was constantly exchanging information with the Bureau of Proclamation in the Capitol ring raised his head and said, "There shouldn't be a problem." Everyone in the room sighed in relief. However, at this time, Sue Lee's tired voice sounded from the communication device again. "Many of my people have died." Before Deputy Commander E could say anything, the female Bureau of Proclamation official with a poker face pressed the call button and said coldly and forcefully, "I don't care how many of your people have died. You must arrive at the designated location in 47 minutes. Chapter 465. The sun was setting. On this planet that was neatly divided into two halves by land and sea, the land once again welcomed the beginning of darkness. The low-lying plains were already extremely dark, and only the higher Rocky Mountain range was still bathed in the redder and redder light of dusk, probably because of the unique geographical structure of this planet. Most of the base points of the charter network that the Federation reconstructed were also set up in the mountains. Between the mountains and giant rocks that were gently brushed by the magnificent dusk, the members of Group 7, who had just escaped death, silently relaxed their tired limbs, enjoying the air without the smell of gunpowder and the environment without flying bullets. However, even though they were resting after being tired and nervous, they still did not let down their guard. They stretched their bodies facing the sky, but they used the rocks next to them to block the detection of the people of the Empire who might be on the other side of the mountain. Almost every member of Group 7 had injuries of varying severity, especially Lu Jiao, and a few others who had basically lost the ability to move. If it weren't for the strength of the members of Group 7, it was hard to imagine that they could carry their heavily injured comrades to the top of the mountain. Medical officer Ho Xiandong had been busy until now. He finally had the time to lower his head and take a sip of water from the water bag on his left elbow. Hearing the sound coming from not far away, he could not help but look up. A trace of confusion and anger flashed in his eyes. The confusion and anger were not directed at Sue Lu, but at the officers and the Bureau of Proclamation, who were remotely controlling the battlefield from the Bureau of Proclamation. If it weren't for the stupid mistake that the Bureau of Proclamation made, how could Group 7, who had already worked for a whole night, continue to take the risk? Sue Lu sat next to a hard gray rock and stared at the satellite phone in his hand. He then glanced at the data cable connecting his watch and the phone to make sure that there was no problem. "I don't care how many of you died. You have to get to the designated location in 47 minutes. A woman's voice came from the satellite phone. She said a very bastard sentence. This sentence made Sue Lee's straight and thick eyebrows frown. Then he stretched them out in a very indifferent manner. He asked in a low and hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "I'm Deputy Director Bai of the 3rd Department of the Bureau of Proclamation." On the other end of the phone, the female official from the Bureau of Proclamation said in a cold and forceful voice, "Time is tight. You must depart immediately." Sulu took a deep breath. A trace of suppressed anger could be seen on his cheeks that were covered by black ash. In the twilight, his bright eyes were like a fire burning in the wilderness. As a soldier, a nutshell engineer, and a human being who was closest to the Federal Central Computer, he knew better than anyone how important it was for the Federation to restart the charter network on this fallen planet. In fact, he had accepted the order from the curly-haired official of the Bureau of Proclamation without hesitation in the wee hours of the morning because of this understanding. Su Lu wanted very much to complete this important mission of the Federation, but the losses of Group 7 today were too heavy. The bodies of 13th Floor, Zhao's comrades, were still soaked in the river, and a few more members had stopped breathing on the mountain road while they were escaping. He was only 22 years old this year. He used to be a young man with integrity, ability, and responsibility. Later, he was molded by the cruel reality of the Federation into a slightly silent, cheerful, and ruthless guy who could no longer trust the law wholeheartedly. He believed in his own judgment more than the law. He was not afraid of killing or being killed. But he was not a qualified commander after all. He could not learn 1/10,000th of the true coldness of people like Du Shaoqing even if he wore sunglasses. He could not treat the loss of every life on the battlefield as a chess piece on the chessboard and temporarily leave, looking at the tired members lying between the rocks, looking at the wounded soldiers who were bandaged and full of the smell of medical glue, looking at the silent and uneasy expressions on their faces. Su Lu could not bear to part with them. So he remained silent. The silence between the limestone peaks made the officials waiting anxiously in the battleship feel a trace of uneasiness and anger. The female official's sharp questioning and urging voice rang out from the satellite phone again. Su Li's fingers gripped the high-strength plastic case of the phone tightly. He did not frown again, but the emotions in his eyes became somewhat indifferent. As the highest commander of Group 7, he had not made an accurate judgment about the current situation, but the rude questioning and urging from space made it difficult for him to calm down. At this critical moment, the encrypted communication between space and the ground was directly covered by a contact request from further away with a higher authority. A deep, calm, and dignified voice came from the other end of the phone. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, I am the highest commander of the West Woods Theater of Federation. According to the federal military's plan, tonight's general attack would be launched in the evening. The evening referred to here was the time zone where the diamond-shaped base group on the ground was located. At this time, Group 7 was alone on the rocky peak, enjoying the sunset. In reality, there was still some time before the Federal Army's general attack. At this time, Su Lu spoke to the famous West Woods Tiger for the first time. Since the autumn of the 65th year of the constitutional calendar, when the ancient bell from the West Woods bombarded Green Hill on the outskirts of Hushi State with its cannons, the black M52, and the uncle in the Mecca turned into dust. Then, when he met the cute little girl on the spaceship escaping from Donglin, there were many more hidden connections between him and Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region of the Federation. It was just that he had never met this powerful overlord, not even through the phone. The members of Group 7 looked tiredly at Su Lu not far away. Looking at him, silently talking on the phone, they did not know what their team, which had already suffered heavy casualties, would face next. Understood. Su Lu held the satellite phone and answered mechanically. At this time, the wound on his left arm was still bleeding. Because he was worried that the medical glue would affect the battle later, he refused Ho Xiandong's intensive treatment. He only used a white cloth to bandage the wound. The night in the mountains further away was almost full, and the flames in his eyes were extinguished. He said to the big shot on the other end of the satellite phone, "If you believe me, I can try it myself, but my people are still trapped in the mountains. The Empire has sent too many scattered soldiers in the mountains. You must immediately send a helicopter to pick up my people and leave." The person on the other end of the phone was the Supreme Commander of the Federation's Victory military operation. He was just a small lieutenant colonel with hundreds of people under his command and hundreds of guns. The difference in military rank was huge, but at this moment, he was bravely bargaining with the other party. It was unknown what was said on the other end of the phone. After Su Lu hung up the phone, he directly put the heavy satellite phone into the military backpack behind him. Then, he took off his watch and exchanged it with Magnolia's watch. "You take these guys and wait here. The higher-ups have promised me that they will send a helicopter to support you in half an hour." Su Lu tidied up the tools he needed to bring. He lowered his head and whispered to Magnolia, "The general attack is about to begin. We are the only team that is still trapped in the war zone. It is already good enough that they are willing to send a helicopter." Magnolia looked at him silently. She could easily tell what this little boss was going to do from his movements. She smiled and said, "Why don't you just send a helicopter to repair that base? The Empire is going crazy today. Sending a helicopter is too big of a target. If the enemy finds that important base, the Federation can't bear the risk." Su Lu used his fingers to quickly calculate the number of tools he had and casually explained, "You are going crazy, and the headquarters also agrees with you?" Magnolia asked immediately. "It's just some simple repairs. As long as the Bureau of Proclamation can send the data to the ground in time, it shouldn't be a big problem." Su Lu raised his head and said, "Today's mission is not to spread the net. It won't make much difference if I go alone with everyone. The problem is that you may run into the Empire's people on the way. That's why I have to go alone. You know how good I am at running away." Su Lu smiled. His face was covered in dust, and his teeth were extremely white. "Personal heroism will get you killed." Magnolia took out the empty blue box of 377 cigarettes from his jacket pocket. He subconsciously took out 2 cigarettes, but he suddenly thought of the battlefield record. His fingers that were covered in black dust froze in front of him. Su Lu took a cigarette from his fingers and held it between his dry lips. He raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "Promise me that you will bring these guys back alive." Magnolia tore open the cigarette paper and put a pinch of tobacco into his mouth. He moistened it with his saliva and carefully savored the spicy taste. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. "Big Bear." Su Lu called out to Xiong Linquan and tossed the 21-26 sniper rifle over. Xiong Linquan was stunned for a moment. He silently checked the rifle and prepared the ammunition. At this time, the team members on the cliff could vaguely guess what Su Lu was going to do. Their expressions suddenly became stiff. The members of Group 7, regardless of whether they were rookies or veterans, all knew very well what kind of person their commanding officer was. That was why no one stepped forward to persuade him angrily or beg him to stay. They just looked at him quietly. Gu Shifeng came over and helped Su Lu check the satellite phone and military watch. After confirming that there shouldn't be any problems with the data transmission later, he softly said, "If you want to fix these things, you should at least bring me along, right? I'm also an awesome engineer." Su Lu patted him on the shoulder. He suddenly turned his head and squinted his eyes at Magnolia. "If there's a problem, when you go back to the planet, help me do a few things." "What things?" Magnolia listened carefully. "Tell Zhou that Shi Qinghai is not bad. Tell Jian Shuier that I'm sorry I can't help you with the investigation of Uncle. You don't have to say anything to Tai Ziyuan. Tell Li Xiaotong to tell Li Wei to be careful over there. Remember to go to Parliament Mountain and tell Zhang Xiaoming she doesn't need my permission to find a man in the future." A very relaxed smile flashed across Su Li's face. He suddenly thought of something and said seriously, "Tell Nan Xiangmei I also like her." A suicide note is inauspicious. Magnolia carefully chewed the tobacco in her mouth and said emotionally, "I really didn't expect that a stone could become so emotional. Bulsh *T. I've read a lot of books. I'm full of literature, but I don't want to let you guys know." Su Lu carried his military backpack and picked up the 21-26 long sniper rifle that Xiong Linquan passed to him. He buckled the magazine on his bulletproof vest and waved at his team members. Then he ran along the slender mountain ridge. Even though he was slightly injured, he was still very fast when he ran. He was like a nimble mountain antelope, with a speed that shocked the members of Group 7. He gradually disappeared into the burning twilight. Chapter 466. The sun had already set in the west, and the thin air was slightly cold, but Sulu always felt that the air in front of him was so hot. Every time he breathed, his lips would burn, and his lungs would hurt. He ran madly through the mountains on the other side, a pained expression flashing across his dusty face from time to time. From afar, he saw a marker on the ground that he remembered in his mind. He saw a few solitary conifers standing there and quickly ran over. Under the pine trees was a pile of fallen leaves, rotten fruit, and rotten matter that had accumulated for countless years. It was very soft. He sat down and slowly calmed his breathing with difficulty. He let the maddening soreness in his body gradually dissipate. At the same time, he confirmed that this was the place he had been searching for through the GPS system on his wristwatch. The valley was dark, and only the branches and leaves at the top of the trees could occasionally reflect a few rays of golden light in the distance. He did not rest at all. He pulled out the military knife from his waist and narrowed his eyes to stare at the weak electronic signal on his wristwatch. He wiped the sweat on his face with his sleeve. His dark face showed the pale color of exhaustion. He still had the dry and ugly cigarette between his lips. His dry lips had already cracked, and the blood oozing out mixed with dust was smeared on the filter. He looked very pathetic. He had never run so recklessly before. This race against time in the Rocky Mountains had drained all of his spirit and strength. What was even more frightening was that the Imperial Expeditionary Force that was originally suppressed by the Federation to the east suddenly mobilized countless troops and searched everywhere in the mountains like crazy. They knew that the Federation was preparing for a big move, but they could not find a clue. They knew that the noose that was the charter network was slowly falling, but they did not know the location of the gallows. The commander and soldiers of the Imperial invaders had already gone crazy. They were like poor women who could not find the ghost in the house and could only hear the ghost howling. They nervously held the scissors and waved wildly in the air, but they could only hit the air. The Imperium had sent out the few remaining reconnaissance aircraft, and the last of the electronic surveillance troops were scattered in the mountain range that pierced through the planet. The final struggle of a dying man was incomparably ferocious. It was this kind of all-out search that made it impossible for the Federation to send out troops to repair the base point again. Sulu, who was like a silent beast walking in the mountains, was a much smaller target, but he still encountered 4 waves of Imperial troops in a row. The Bureau of Proclamation's stupid mistake needed the frontline soldiers to make up for it. If it failed, the Federation's countless days of preparation would be forced to postpone the general attack. Who could bear this responsibility? The problem was that the mission to make up for this mistake was really a damn mission. Sulu should have died today. If it wasn't for the strange and powerful power in his body, he definitely wouldn't have been able to make it to these pine trees alive. In fact, the fact that he was able to make it here alive was mostly due to his luck. The bulletproof vest that was already riddled with holes, and the infantry helmet that was directly thrown into the valley after being shot into pieces proved this point. In the darkness, Sulu squinted his eyes, which were unusually bright. He didn't have the time to feel the danger and fear of the previous journey. He quickly used his military knife to push away the decaying leaves and entered the control code on the high-strength alloy panel. The physical cover of this base should be the work of another team. Although they were very experienced, they couldn't hide it from his eyes. He even found the target one step earlier than the wristwatch. Taking out all kinds of tools from his military backpack, Sulu took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He began to operate the complex components that he had never seen before. The satellite phone's light screen flipped through pages of top-secret blueprints at a constant speed. Sulu quietly and quickly followed the blueprints. The mechanical engineering genius that he had shown when he was young and the skills that Fengyu had taught him were fully displayed at this moment. The repair tools that seemed more complex than the underground components were as obedient as chopsticks in his hands. The low hum of the motor could be heard from time to time in the quiet forest. With a light click, the core section of the base equipment surrounded by fallen leaves opened. Sulu looked at the exposed chip circuits in front of him. He looked at the extremely thin channels that glowed with a faint metallic light. He subconsciously put down the tools and touched the bracelet on his left hand that he was so familiar with that he had almost forgotten it. He carefully looked at the Level 2 verification chip in the middle of the system. He took out a connector and carefully connected it. He was very clear about the importance of this chip, although it was far inferior to the chip that he had planned to steal from the Empire. If it was burned by the current, even if he possessed the uncle's soul and his genius brain, there was no way he could fix it in a short time. The other side of the connector was connected to the satellite phone by a data cable. Sulu looked at his watch and waited for the number to jump to a certain predetermined number. Without hesitation, he pressed the phone button and said, "Begin data transmission." In order to prevent the Empire's electronic control forces from monitoring abnormal signals and to ensure the safety of this base point, he only opened communication with the Spaceship Bureau of Proclamation team once every 5 minutes, and the duration of each communication was strictly controlled within 1 minute. The data reception progress bar on the screen slowly moved to the right. It did not take long for it to reach 1/3. Sulu closed his eyes and felt a trace of fatigue and relaxation. After experiencing the battle at the riverbank, the death of his comrades, and running for his life in the forest, he thought that he had enough patience to wait for some things to happen. And from the looks of it, the error in this base point's core was not serious, and the data used to cover it was not large. The communication channel closed and opened again. 21 minutes later, all the data was sent. Next was the technical operation manual. However, Sulu's pupils suddenly shrank because he realized that the transmission speed of the last document was extremely slow. "What's going on? Why is it so slow?" he asked in a low voice. There was a slight noise in the phone. A slightly panicked female voice replied, "Be patient. It should be in time. It's just the operation manual. Why is it so slow? Are you stupid enough to package all the documents and send them over? Hurry up and split them." Sulu said angrily. The deputy director of the Bureau of Proclamation, who was far away in the spaceship, became angry. She said coldly, "This is a Level 1 document. The network control is only a temporary part of the authorization. We don't have the authorization, so we can't even look at it. Of course, we can't split it." "Idiot!" Sulu did not have time to curse because the 2 minutes were up. The satellite phone fell into silence, and the progress bar that only moved a little bit froze at the front. He stared at the progress bar, and after a little calculation, he knew how long it would take to finish the transmission of the damn technical manual and complete this damn mission. A cold emotion occupied his heart. Group 7 had sacrificed so much. If they still failed, he would not be able to forgive himself. This kind of depressed emotion made him have the urge to smash the satellite phone on the tree, but in the end, he did not do anything. He just silently fell into deep thought. At this time, an ominous sound faintly came from the forest in the distance. He suddenly got up put on the night vision goggles, and looked into the distance. He vaguely saw a group of Imperial soldiers. At the same time, he heard a series of chattering sounds. This group of Imperial soldiers did not seem to be afraid of exposing their tracks. They were very arrogant, but in fact, it was a kind of last madness before despair. He did not understand the Imperial language, but he knew that the countless ant troops that the Imperial people desperately scattered in the mountains were really effective. What was even more troublesome was that the time of the Federation's attack was approaching step by step. If only the old thing was here. Su Lu once again lay back on the ground. Like a biologist observing the daily life of a cave animal, he stared at the motionless progress bar and thought in his heart, it was a pity that the charter network on this fallen star had not been activated yet. Even the lowest level of the monitoring network did not exist. At this time, even if there was an electronic wall that surrounded the bison in the East Forest region, Su Lu believed that he could still contact the omnipotent central computer. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his tired face. With a whoosh, he took out the spare Serene Farmer energy bar from his backpack and connected it to the satellite phone. It took more than 10 seconds to open the back of the phone. With a few simple wires, Su Lu forcibly increased the power of the satellite phone. The message segment forcibly passed through the thick atmosphere and came to the space battleship in space. It opened the channel in reverse and began to contact. At this time, there were still more than 3 minutes before the agreed 5-minute signal annihilation period. On the other side of the phone came the screams of the people on the battleship, and the annoying female official nervously and angrily rebuked, "You will expose your position. I order you to close the channel immediately." Even if Su Lu actively closed the channel, the command ship in space could forcibly close the channel. He stared at the phone and said in a calm voice that made people's hearts palpitate, "Keep the channel open. If you close it, I will give up this mission." The other side of the phone fell into silence. The progress bar on the satellite phone slowly increased, but Su Lu did not care about this at all. He stared at the phone and silently shouted in his heart, "Old thing, find me." After about a moment, like a star blinking, a white light that appeared in the vision of his left eye. Here. It seemed that in the military satellite phone, there was indeed a verification chip that could monitor the chip of a human. Su Lu knew that he had won half the bet. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly said in his mind, "The problem with the network base points, you check it yourself and then give me the technical manual. Use the fastest way." The Federal Central Computer quickly showed a line of words in his left eye. "This is a top-secret document with Level 1 clearance. You know, I am just a poor computer. Without the authorization of a human, I can't take the initiative to do anything. You said that I have Level 1 clearance. I will authorize you." This seems to work, but the problem is that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you want to talk first? Get lost. Su Lu gave a concise and powerful reply with a hint of Zhou Yu's unique charm. In the time it took for a simple conversation, the central computer had completed the work that countless humans could not complete after years of work. It found the reason, intercepted the most concise and correct, relevant technical specifications, and transmitted them to the planet's surface through the battleship. The drawing paper and the operation flow were quickly transmitted to the chip behind Su Li's neck through the verification chip in the satellite computer, and then into his brain. Chapter 467. Inside the spaceship. In the room next to the command hall, the Federation officers and members of the Bureau of Proclamation watched the holographic screen and the slow movement of the data bar. They were so shocked by what had just happened that they didn't know what to say. They didn't know who the officer carrying out the mission on the ground was, but in such a tense moment, when the lives of countless Federation soldiers were at stake, that person actually dared to threaten the command center and the Bureau of Proclamation with the threat of terminating the mission. He was truly crazy and deserved to die. I don't care if this officer can survive this time. After the mission is over, he must be punished according to military law. Deputy Director Bai of the Bureau of Proclamation's poker face was flushed with anger as he slammed the table in anger. Sue Lee's actions had seriously violated military discipline and even the first charter of the Federation. But right now, the big shots on the spaceship had no choice but to accept his threat. They didn't know why Sue Lu wanted to keep the channel open, but according to the current data transmission speed, such a long transmission time would definitely expose the location of the Bureau of Proclamation's base. The people in the room were silent, nervous, and angry as they guessed what would happen next. They were extremely worried that the network that the Federation spent countless manpower, resources, and time to reconstruct would collapse because of this officer's crazy actions. But right at this moment, another accident happened. With two soft beeps, the blue light of the data transmission device on the table disappeared. The data channel was suddenly cut off by the ground. A cold light flashed through Deputy Director Bai's glasses. He couldn't suppress his anger and said loudly, "What is he trying to do? The progress is only at 13 points. Deputy Commander E put his palms on the table and stared at the holographic screen in silence. As an important military officer, he didn't show the anger and helplessness of the Bureau of Proclamation officials, but his mood was just as heavy. Whether or not the Federation's general attack could be launched on time depended on Lieutenant Colonel Sue Lu on the ground. But right now, this young man that the Federation military had placed high hopes on unexpectedly cut off the data transmission again. Right at this moment, a burst of enthusiastic cheers suddenly sounded from the command hall outside the door. The cheers were so loud that even the sealed door of the spaceship couldn't block them out. Deputy Commander E suddenly straightened his body and looked into the hall through the one-way glass wall. At first glance, his slightly tired eyes suddenly shrank, revealing a trace of unbelievable ecstasy. The Bureau of Proclamation did not know what had happened. They stood up in confusion and walked out of the hall. On the wide holographic screen in the command hall was a precise electronic map of Planet 163. Amidst the ecstatic cheers of the staff officers, a faint white dot of light gradually rose in the eastern 9th district of the Rocky Mountain Range. Then, around this white dot of light, more dots of light lit up. White spots of light appeared in the mountains, plateaus, primeval forests, coastlines, and knee-high grasslands. They gradually spread out and occupied every corner of the map. In the end, they formed an extremely complex ring network that was completely incomprehensible to the human eye. This was a very beautiful process. It was as if a great creator had suddenly created a star, then two stars, until the sky was filled with stars. Their radiance extended far and wide, enveloping all directions. Deputy Commander E calmly looked at the map on the holographic screen and the beautiful network of light dots. His slightly twitching lips revealed his true excitement at this moment. He ordered in a hoarse voice, "Scan from east to west. Do a comprehensive scan." "Yes, sir." The cheers in the command hall stopped. The staff officers operated the workstations in front of them as fast as they could. Following their operation, the images on the planet below the spaceship quickly appeared on the holographic screen one after another. Those images penetrated into the Imperial Expeditionary Forces control area and clearly showed the distribution of military forces and the electronic signal strength of the Empire. The Bureau of Proclamation teams standing at the door looked at each other in confusion. Deputy Director by especially opened her mouth wide. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She couldn't understand how that damn disciplinary officer had completed the mission when the technical manual had not been sent to the ground. What made her and the other Bureau of Proclamation officials feel even more cold was why the monitoring network on the planet had automatically activated before they had even entered the top-secret activation command. The inspection ended very quickly. Deputy Commander E was finally completely relieved. He sat in the big chair in the front of the hall and quickly said, "Send the message to the base and the troops on the ground. Ask the command departments at all levels to immediately synchronize the data. We are ready to begin." "Yes, sir," the staff officers replied. Deputy Commander E took off his military cap and rubbed his white hair that was wet with sweat. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "Begin the calculation and draw up the battle plan." A mechanical and electronically synthesized voice sounded in the command hall. "Yes, sir." After decades of being occupied by the Empire's invaders, the glory of the Charter had finally returned to this remote fallen planet. "Actually, what we did was wrong. Although you have the First Order access, you are not the commander of the Federal Army. I always felt that we should wait for the order from the spaceship before activating the monitoring network on the surface. When the Federal Central Computer communicated with Sue Lu, it was obviously much more talkative than when it was on the spaceship. Sue Lu had no time to pay attention to the long speech that flashed in his left pupil, forcing his tired body. He reinstalled the external protection device of the base, and then carefully redid the physical disguise. According to the First Order of the Charter, the Federal Central Computer could never perform any direct physical operations. It could only play the role of a server and a tool. But Sulu didn't care about this. He stared at the appointed time on his wristwatch and used his authority to directly order the Central Computer to activate the monitoring network on the planet. He couldn't see the countless light spots lighting up in the dark sky like the people on the spaceship. He couldn't see the silent information fragments and fierce data streams, but vaguely, he always felt that the air around him had a lot more existence that made him feel warm. After finishing the disguise work under the pine, Sulu gently fanned his cheeks to wake himself up a little. From last night to tonight, the continuous fighting and running, coupled with the wounds on his body, made his body on the verge of exhaustion. The sound of the woodland Empire soldiers in the distance became clearer and clearer, and the distance was getting closer and closer. He took a deep breath, picked up the backpack and long sniper beside him, and moved a dozen meters away with difficulty and slowly. It was only a very short crawl forward, but it made his breathing rapid again. The reason he could hold on until now was all because of the magical power in his body. However, at this time, the power was already exhausted. All the injuries and exhaustion seemed to erupt at the same time, making it difficult for him to even move a finger. The final battle, leaning against the slightly wet bark, he casually grabbed a handful of wet rotten leaves and wiped his face carelessly. Listening to the approaching footsteps of the Empire soldiers, he converted the despair in his heart into a last-ditch effort. He slowly raised the 21-26 long sniper rifle in his hand, put on the night vision goggles, and aimed in the direction of the soldiers. At this time, a few rows of clear characters appeared in his left eye again. 17 people, no heavy firepower, no strong colonization armor. The 2126 long sniper is the best choice. Sue Lee's body suddenly stiffened. He suddenly remembered that the old man had already come to this planet. Although the Empire people did not have chips behind their necks, their bodies emitted heat. His eyes became extremely bright. He took off the night vision goggles with trembling fingers, and then found that virtual three-dimensional images from different perspectives quickly flashed in his left eye. In these images, the reddened bodies of the Empire soldiers were so clear. 32 degrees to the left, 73, 44 meters, same height. Without hesitation, Sulu suddenly raised the long sniper in his hand and aimed in that direction. It was clearly dark in that place, and he could not see anyone, but he still pulled the trigger with force. With a dull click, the long sniper equipped with a silencer sprayed out a fine bullet tail fire, and somewhere in the night there was the sound of a human body falling heavily. 29 degrees to the left, 74. 21 meters, tilt down. Notifications appeared in his left eye again, and those clear infrared images also provided powerful assistance for his aim. Turning his left arm slightly, still facing the darkness, Sulu pulled the trigger again. Unsurprisingly, another Empire soldier fell to the ground and died. Only now did the small group of Empire soldiers notice the abnormality, but then another person fell to the ground while clutching his bleeding throat. %yen, hashtag % yen. The small group of Empire soldiers screamed in fear and scattered in all directions, searching for a place to hide. They did not know how many Federation soldiers were ambushing them, and they did not know how those bullets from the darkness would accurately hit their companions. It was extremely difficult for Sulu to change the shooting position. He was still facing the dark night. Slightly at a loss, he pulled the trigger resolutely. The bullets from the long sniper rifle were like killing intent from the netherworld. They danced in the air, ignoring the fear of the people and mercilessly reaping lives. There was no twilight in the forest, only darkness, but the 3 high moons in the sky illuminated the sky at the same time. Sulu sat on a protruding rock halfway up the mountain and looked up at the night sky. He realized that the night at this time was like a slightly dark day, clearer than the twilight. He did not know if the Federation's choice of a general attack tonight had anything to do with the 3 bright moons, but he felt that the clouds in the sky were exceptionally clear and beautiful. In the forest, all 17 Empire soldiers died under his blind shots, just like in the S2 Foundation building. The killing on the battlefield seemed to have become a game. Until now, he was still a little confused about what had happened, but the feeling of happiness that occupied his entire body and mind made him know how wonderful it was to survive a disaster. Suddenly, the quiet moonlit night was broken by a loud roar. Countless missiles came from the west, dragging a mournful line, and attacked the position of the Imperial Expeditionary Force with incomparable terror. Then, a dense group of Federation fighters appeared in the night sky and attacked with a roar. The Federal Army's attack officially began. Sulu knew that in places where he could not see, there were countless Federation tanks and mechas rumbling and crushing the trembling earth. A trace of true relief flashed across his pale and black cheeks. In the silver moonlight, he turned his head to look at the Empire's position in the east. Looking at the explosions that were like fireworks, he was silent for a long time before softly cursing with a hoarse voice. His body was a little cold. He trembled as he took out a lighter and lit the dry cigarette between his lips that he had been holding for a long time, stained with traces of blood. The spicy smoke poured into his lungs, choking him and making him cough a few times. He could not help but rub his eyes, and then looked at the sky full of bullets and fire, silent. Chapter 468. There was a lot of mud on his rough fingers, and they were a bit wet after he rubbed his eyes. Suli's lungs hurt. He did not know if it was because the bullets of the Imperium did not penetrate his hard bulletproof vest, but broke his ribs. He also did not know if the wetness on his fingers was because of the pain or because of something else. The dry cigarette between his dry lips swayed softly in the night wind. Looking at the trembling cannons in the sky, he asked silently, You should be calculating the massive data on the command starship, making suggestions, and controlling the overall situation. But instead, you came to chat with a lone ghost like me. Will anything go wrong? I'm everywhere. One of them stopped by your side and saved your life. Are you grateful? The Federation's central computer answered the question in a mechanical manner. The latter half of the sentence was boring. Sulu took off the burning cigarette. This inadvertent action cut off a piece of his lip. He frowned in pain and said angrily, "Go to hell." The silver light on the rocks was beautiful, and the night wind was cool. He sat on the rocks alone and watched the magnificent war like a spectator. It was hard for him to feel proud of himself for causing all this. Instead, he felt a bit lonely. Fortunately, there was a boring but interesting program chatting with him. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face. He sighed in his heart. "If you couldn't find me today, I would have been dead. I've always been curious. You should be deep underground in the Bureau of Proclamation. Even if the information passed through the mini twisting hole, it would take at least 2 to 3 minutes to reach you. How could you be so fast? I am not afraid of time." The old guy answered philosophically with the light talisman. "I am everywhere I can, returning to this planet again. I feel that I am full of strength." Sulu had been used to the more and more nonsensical expressions of the supposedly cold central computer. He was never bothered by the state that he could not explain, so he did not feel scared or frustrated. On the contrary, he understood the answer easily. After a moment of silence, he said mockingly, "Won't you be schizophrenic if you have thousands of incarnations?" The fierce battle occupied every inch of land on the east side of the planet. Every second, soldiers fell and died, turning into mindless flesh and ashes. The battle was too intense. Sulu hid alone in the rocky peak until noon the next day. The federal military finally pulled out a combat helicopter and picked him up from the mountain. The loud roar of the helicopter covered the loud question of the pilot. The pale-faced Sulu was half leaning in the cabin full of the smell of engine oil, looking at the mountains and grassland below. The closer they got to the Federation base in the west, the more troops they saw on the ground. Looking down from the sky, countless torrents of steel occupied all the space in their field of vision. They were slowly but firmly pressing toward the territory controlled by the Empire. It was a magnificent sight. The helicopter stopped about 10 kilometers away from the rhombus-shaped base and immediately took off again to join the tense battle. At the airstrip, there were already military vehicles waiting for Sulu. The violently shaking military vehicle drove along the quick-solidifying cement military road toward the base. Along the way, Sulu saw many small troops, like himself, moving against the torrent of large troops and converging toward the base. These small troops were like Group 7, special teams that carried out net-laying work on the planet. Looking at the tanned and haggard faces of his comrades, Sulu quickly recognized that this included most of the combat teams of the 3 major security companies of the Federation. The combat experts of Whitewater, Blackhawk, and Bluebird seemed to have all gathered on this planet. Although these net-laying teams retreated earlier than Group 7, in the end, under the crazy scattered attacks of the Empire, they still suffered heavy casualties. What shocked him was that among these combat teams carrying out dangerous missions, there were also many soldiers in ragged clothes. These soldiers had obviously risked their lives and worked in the Empire's territory for a long time, but they still maintained an upright state of mind. It was just that their firearms and equipment were obviously a bit outdated. His eyes fell on the tattered military uniforms of these soldiers and the somewhat painful formation of wounded soldiers. His eyes narrowed, and his right hand gripped the handle of the military vehicle tightly. The anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain had finally arrived. The military road was filled with the second wave of federal military forces. The Federation soldiers on the armored vehicles and mechas looked at these bumpkins of Green Dragon Mountain with complicated expressions. They knew very well that although these heavily injured troops were retreating toward the base, they were definitely not deserters. On the contrary, they were all warriors worthy of respect. It was just that a few years ago, both sides were sworn enemies, but today they were comrades in the trenches. For many people in the government forces, it was very difficult for them to adapt to this change. A shout came from who knew where. The soldiers of the main force slowly raised their right hand and saluted the mercenaries of the 3 major security companies and the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain. At the same time, they cast looks of trust and gratitude. The military vehicle quickly drove to the front of the barracks. Su Lu leaned on the 21-26 long sniper rifle and limped out of the military vehicle with difficulty. He smiled and said a few words to the soldier driving and patted the soldier's shoulder, a member of Group 7, who was the first to retreat in the early morning, had been waiting outside the barracks all night. At this time, when he saw Su Lu come out of the military vehicle, his face showed a trace of shock and ecstasy. He screamed and rushed into the barracks. "Boss is back." "Really?" A burst of exclamations and footsteps came from Group 7's barracks. Dozens of members rushed out of the barracks at the same time, except for the members who were seriously injured and were receiving treatment. All of them rushed out to welcome Su Li's return. Even Da Vinci, who was seriously injured in the leg, jumped out with crutches. Su Lu grinned and looked at the members in front of him. He wanted to say a few words, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He silently walked forward and handed the rifle to Magnolia. Then he took a whole pack of cigarettes from Lan Xiaolong and opened it. He dragged his injured and tired body and seriously gave cigarettes to each member. After a pack of cigarettes was finished, Song Zhenzi patted his head and quickly ran into the barracks to take half of the stock and handed it to him. Su Lu continued to seriously give cigarettes to each member and then lit them up. At the same time, he sincerely said in a hoarse voice, "You worked hard. You worked hard." Yesterday morning, Lan Xiaolong had led the dozens of new members to retreat first, and their faces were filled with shame and unwillingness. As for the members who had followed Su Lu to kill their way to the peak of the green-gray rock, their faces were filled with excitement and excitement. Then, Su Lu walked to the somewhat familiar tree next to the barracks. He put 3 cigarettes between his lips and lit them up. He took 2 puffs and seriously inserted them into the loose soil under the tree. Bursts of smoke. There was a deathly silence. Many people's eyes were red. It was not necessarily sadness, but mixed with some kind of complicated emotion. On this planet, Group 7 had not lost a single person for more than 2 months. However, in the last mission before the Great Counterattack, they were ruthlessly slashed by the Imperium. In the riverbank and the subsequent retreat, more than 10 of their brothers fell into eternal slumber. In this deathly silent atmosphere, some new members could not help but cry. Immediately, they were fiercely yelled back by their companions. The team members fiercely smoked one cigarette after another, like burning paper rolls between their lips. This was the life of the Empire people. The entire barracks was shrouded in silence and the pungent smell of 37 brand cigarettes. Da Vinci smoked the most fiercely. He silently squatted under the eaves of the barracks. He thought of the big guy who lived in the same room, the farmer's son. He thought of the helmet sprayed with blood on the riverbank. He thought of not being able to smell the smell of that guy's feet in the future. His eyes had long since turned red. There was a hint of viciousness in the scarlet red that was hard to describe. At this time, the camera crew of the Venus documentary film studio of the Ministry of National Defense quietly appeared in the barracks. The buzzing sound of the equipment operating woke up the team members who were immersed in the sad atmosphere. There were only 2 people in the camera crew. Yesterday, they withdrew halfway through the mission, so they did not film the fierce battle on the riverbank. At this time, of course, they did not want to miss the scene that was enough to move all the people of the Federation. Stop filming. Sulu stood up with the help of a tree trunk. He glanced at his left arm that was bleeding and said to the cameraman. The cameraman hesitated and looked at the host next to him. F***CK, I told you to stop filming. Da Vinci stared with his bloodshot eyes and rushed over like a tiger. He kicked the cameraman away, grabbed the camera, and slammed it on the ground, shattering it into pieces. Sulu lowered his head and waved his hand. Lan Xiaolong and Xiong Linquan rushed up and blocked Da Vinci behind them. Bai Yulan used her sharp and cold eyes to force the cameraman and the host out of the barracks. The doctor, Ho Xiandong, shook his head and gave Da Vinci a sedative injection. As veterans of Group 7, they had all experienced the emotions of these rookies when they first encountered life and death. At this time, looking at Da Vinci, who was gradually relaxing and sleeping in their arms, they also felt depressed. The military camp prohibited alcohol and cigarettes. In the face of a life and death situation, soldiers all needed the stimulation of cigarettes. In the legends of the military camp, there was naturally a reference to this. That was a fire. A fire was a reference to when a soldier woke up early in the morning and went to the toilet. Then he would light up one cigarette after another and smoke until he went to sleep. In the first 3 days after the mission, Sulu and many people in Group 7 lived a life that was similar to a fire. The laughter of their dead comrades, the exhaustion after the fierce battle, and the trembling of surviving a disaster could only be slightly relieved by the company of cigarettes. Sulu also hit a fire in his heart. If it wasn't for the stupid mistake made by the Bureau of Proclamation, Group 7 wouldn't have had to take that last risk. Those men would have been happily chatting in the barracks and smoking like him. Sulu knew his weakness. If he couldn't avenge his comrades who didn't deserve to die, the fire in his heart would never be extinguished. It would only burn more and more fiercely. However, the opponent was the mysterious and indifferent Bureau of Proclamation. Before he had time to write a report to the Ministry of Defense, the Bureau of Proclamation had found him first. Chapter 469. During the mission to repair the base, Sulu knew that his actions had violated many military rules. For example, disobeying military orders was a serious offense, especially when he forcibly went through the underground tunnel to communicate with the base at the end. It was a very serious offense. However, it had been 3 days since he returned to the military camp. The white ash from the cigarette was spread 3 feet under his feet, but the higher-ups of the military did not say anything. He thought that the mission was successfully completed. The higher-ups glanced at the mountains behind him and were ready to leave the matter unsettled. Who would have thought that there was actually a secret investigation targeting him? Interesting. Sulu began to pack his luggage with a calm expression. He followed the officer from the Bureau of Proclamation and walked out of the barracks. The military vehicle was waiting for him at the gate. The members of Group 7 who had just received the news immediately went into a frenzy. They wore their hats askew, wore military shoes, and had cigarettes in their mouths. They looked like gangsters from Bermuda. They grabbed all kinds of guns and rushed out of the barracks, blocking the military vehicle that was just about to leave. Looking at the black muzzles, the faces of the officers from the Bureau of Proclamation, and the military police in the vehicle became extremely ugly. They tried to intimidate them with military rules, but it was to no avail. The members stared at these people with eyes that were about to spit out fire. Although not everyone knew the truth of the last mission, they knew what kind of price Group 7 had paid, and how much risk their leader had taken to successfully complete the mission. But in the end, these F*King higher-ups still wanted to investigate. Sulu looked at Bai Yulan through the glass. Bai Yulan understood what he meant. She threw the cigarette but on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. She said to the members blocking the gate in a deep voice, "Are you crazy? Put down your guns." The members looked at each other and slowly put down their guns. However, they still stared at the people in the military vehicle with cold and ruthless expressions. It seemed that if the officers from the Bureau of Proclamation did not immediately let Sulu out, countless bullets would be fired at the vehicle in the next moment. The dark glass slowly fell down. Sulu looked at these people and said, "Disperse. I'll be back in 2 days." Among the new and old members of Group 7, Bai Yulan was the one they had the most interaction with. They were also most in awe of this seemingly unparalleled beauty, but in reality, she was a ruthless and cunning veteran. On the contrary, in the past few months of military life, Sulu did not spend a lot of time with his team members. He spent most of his time buried in his office and rarely worried about the cruel training and the bustling life. He was not like an excellent general who would undress and push food to maintain his authority and degree of respect in the team. What was amazing was that once Sulu spoke, no one in Group 7 dared to disobey him. This was because he had perfectly fulfilled his promise before the battle. As the saying went, "Charge at the front, retreat at the back." I'll be the scapegoat, but I'll still be the one to face the mountain of knives. He didn't say much, but he did a lot. A commander like this was like a big rock under their buttocks. It was very easy for his team members to feel at ease and trust him completely. So at this time, when Sulu asked everyone to disperse, although the members of Group 7 were very unwilling, they still quickly dispersed and made way for the military vehicle to move forward. Then they fiercely spat countless mouthfuls of thick spittle in the direction of the fleeing military vehicle. "Staff Officer Ning, I want to see Deputy Commander E. I don't understand why that officer clearly violated so many military rules, but the command center is still unwilling to come up with specific punishment measures. In my opinion, a rogue officer like this who has no regard for military rules should be removed from our team." Deputy Director Bai of the Bureau of Proclamation adjusted the square glasses on the bridge of her nose. A trace of coldness flashed across her poker face. Her angry voice sounded particularly rigid. Ninghe glanced at her and calmly and politely said, "Director Bai, the commander has been in command for 3 consecutive days and is now resting. As for the matter you mentioned, the commander has said that since the Bureau of Proclamation is strongly requesting to investigate this matter, then please investigate thoroughly first before the military takes over." Deputy Director Bai was stunned, thinking of the infuriating officer in the room and the command center that had always maintained a strange attitude. A trace of anger appeared between her brows. She coldly snorted and turned to leave. Ninghe watched her disappear into the corridor, and the smile on his face disappeared. He gently knocked on the door and walked into the room. He said to the general beside the wide porthole in a deep voice, "The Bureau of Proclamation's investigation seems to have made no progress. Deputy Director Bai is here again to request for a military discipline review." As a former member of Group 7, Ninghe naturally couldn't bear to see Sulu and Group 7 being humiliated and investigated. Although he knew that Sulu and Group 7 had outstanding backgrounds, this investigation was conducted by the Bureau of Proclamation. He was only a mid-rank staff officer and couldn't do more. Deputy Commander E slowly turned around with no expression on his face. As one of the big shots in the military, he didn't need to care about this investigation at all. However, since it involved Sue Lu and Group 7, he had been maintaining a calm attitude and watching the show. Punishment by military law. The general's face was full of ridicule, not to mention that Sue Lu and Group 7 had completed their mission beautifully. Even if there really was a problem, would there really be anyone in the military who dared to conduct an internal investigation on their own? Deputy Commander E was a little angry at the thought of the fierce battle still going on the planet, and the Bureau of Proclamation couldn't wait to capture their officers back to the warship. But the Bureau of Proclamation's position in the Federation was too high, so he couldn't stop it. After a moment of silence, Deputy Commander E opened his mouth and said, "Keep an eye on the situation in the interrogation room. We must ensure the personal safety of Lieutenant Colonel Sue Lu." "What if a conflict arises?" Ninghe asked. Deputy Commander E said with slight ridicule, "Of course we'll snatch him and send him back to the capital. Are we going to let him eat with the poker faces of the Bureau of Proclamation?" On the other side was the Bureau of Proclamation, but behind Sue Lu was the entire federal military. If both sides were said to be the most powerful thugs in the Federation, then, at the end of the line, the thug with the gun would ultimately be more vicious. In the quiet interrogation room, an officer from the Bureau of Proclamation was recording with his head down. Sue Lu lowered his head and slowly sipped on his coffee. The investigation team didn't take any coercive measures against him, and they even provided him with delicious coffee. However, after answering countless questions in the past hour, even someone as stoic as him began to feel irritated. The Bureau of Proclamation's investigation was in an awkward situation. Whether it was Sue Lu obeying the military order, forcibly opening the communication channel, or something else, this was a matter of military discipline. However, at this moment, the frontline command was not willing to interfere with this investigation at all. Therefore, no matter how Sue Lu answered, the Bureau of Proclamation couldn't come to the conclusion they needed. The door was pushed open, and Deputy Director Bai walked in with a sullen face. He slammed the table in front of Sue Lu and reprimanded him with a sharp and rigid voice. "You continuously disobeyed military orders. Do you know that at every step you may have caused irreparable losses?" Sue Lu put down his coffee cup, lowered his head, and answered in a hoarse voice, "But the fact is that I succeeded. I didn't cause any losses. Have a proper attitude. Raise your head." Deputy Director Bai reprimanded him angrily. Sue Lu didn't raise his head. Instead, he picked up his coffee cup again and took a tasteless sip. "I know that you are Minister Zhou's future son-in-law, a reserve military officer that the war god has focused on training." After a moment of silence, Deputy Director Bai said, "I know that you have a powerful background, a powerful backer. I and all the staff in the Bureau respect the war god and Minister so very much." The female official's voice was sharp and sarcastic again, "But you have to understand that this is an investigation by the Bureau of Proclamation. I am already being very polite to you because of some important people. Otherwise, I would have already arrested you and all your useless team members a long time ago." Hearing the words, "useless team members," Sue Lu suddenly raised his head and stared into the woman's eyes. He knew very well the position of the Bureau of Proclamation in the Federation. If he really offended them, the Bureau of Proclamation didn't need to give face to the military. However, the mockery and contempt in the woman's words towards his team members was something that he couldn't accept. "Do you know why I refuse to raise my head?" He looked at Deputy Director Bai and said, "Because I like to look at girls who wear glasses, but I'm really afraid that I'll vomit when I see this pair of glasses on your ugly pig face." Deputy Director Bai was stunned. Her square face flushed with anger, and her whole body trembled. She pointed at Sue Lu but couldn't say anything. Such a low-level personal attack shouldn't have been enough to make her lose her composure. But ever since she started working, she had never met anyone who dared to be so disrespectful to an official of the Bureau of Proclamation. Su Lu ignored her. He put the coffee cup on the table, stood up, straightened his military uniform, and walked out the door. "Stop. You want to go against the investigation? You asked me to help with the investigation, so here I am." Su Lu turned around to look at her and the stunned Bureau of Proclamation official and said, "You've been asking for so long, and there's nothing wrong. Why should I not leave?" Deputy Director Bai was truly angered by Su Li's calm and contemptuous attitude. She took a deep breath and ignored the man's background. She said in a low voice, "You opened the channel on your own, and that has already violated the Bureau of Proclamation's rules." Su Lu interrupted her and said, "Those are the internal rules of the Bureau of Proclamation. I've studied them, so you don't have to scare me. I'm not a member of the Bureau of Proclamation, so these rules can't control me." "Is that so? The Bureau of Proclamation would like to know how you managed to activate the surveillance network on the planet." Deputy Director Bai laughed, but there was coldness and viciousness in her smile. "I think it will be difficult for you to explain this question. Maybe you will need to come back to the Bureau of Proclamation with us for a few years to explain." Su Li's body stiffened. He finally understood why the Bureau of Proclamation officials did not care about the attitude of the Department of Defense in Philadelphia, and why they wanted him on the warship to help with the investigation. An ordinary officer of the Federation had the ability to activate the surveillance network before the Bureau of Proclamation team. This was definitely something that would shock the Bureau of Proclamation. He pondered in silence for a long time, and found that some of the things that he wanted to keep in his mind could not be hidden in the bottom layer of his hard drive forever, like porn movies. "My name is Su Lu. You should have my citizen ID. I suggest you check the authority given to me by the charter." He looked at Deputy Director Bai and said calmly, like the director of the Bureau of Proclamation giving orders to his subordinates, "After you check it, remember to keep it strictly confidential. Only the two of you know my authority level. If the Bureau of Proclamation has any internal investigation, I allow you to report it to Director Bai." Deputy Director Bai definitely did not understand this sentence. She looked at him coldly, as if she was looking at a crazy person. But then a muffled sound came from behind her. The Bureau of Proclamation official in charge of recording fell to the ground heavily. Out of curiosity, the Bureau of Proclamation official really checked the charter authority of citizen Su Lu. The official was shocked by the level that appeared on the light screen and lost his ability to move. Deputy Director Bai walked to the workbench uneasily. She took off her glasses and looked at the light screen. Her right hand trembled, and she could no longer hold the legs of the glasses. Chapter 470. Deputy Director Bai had a square and old-fashioned face, and her life was also very square and old-fashioned. However, when she saw the authorization number on the screen today, she suddenly thought of herself before she entered the Bureau of Proclamation. She was in the prime of her life in the Department of Mathematics of Capital University, guiding stars and lamenting about her life. She also thought of the poem that was engraved in her heart during her youth. A black flower bloomed on a pale mountain. The petals were engraved with years of dust to show the ruthless time. Time flowed in the woman's eyes. With a blink of her eyes, she shattered the forever pale cliff. It was very inexplicable and indescribable. However, at this moment, she remembered this poem that had nothing to do with the current situation. Her gloomy and angry square face suddenly became as pale as the cliff in the poem, as cold as the great computer in the underground of the building. Her heart, which believed in order and rules, could no longer be controlled and beat violently. Her whole body was cold as she realized that the years had passed, and the black flowers were covered in dust. Things in this world were already like the ignorant little poem, which was too abstract and absurd. The first order of authorization? What was the level of authorization of President Pabre? What was the level of authorization of Director Pai and Assistant Chui? What was the level of authorization of military god Li Pifu? This was not a routine internal examination of the Bureau of Proclamation, and the level here was not the stairs of the Bureau of Proclamation building. It represented power that was more dazzling than the stars. This matter is confidential. Su Lu silently requested the Federation Central Computer to seal his authority level as he spoke to the two officials in the room who were so shocked that their faces were about to become paralyzed. The uncle gave him the burning and sour magical power in his body. The Federal Central Computer gave him the high-level authorization. His body was about to become a powerful machine. He chatted with the old man like a friend in the Charter Square. He faced the dazzling sun directly. A lot of things that happened to him made him feel ridiculous. He felt that he was a monster. Therefore, in his daily life, he contacted the old man less and less, and he did not want people to be able to touch the edge of his monster. If it were not for the sharp investigation of the Bureau of Proclamation, which could not explain the activation of the entire Planet 163 network, he certainly did not want the Bureau of Proclamation to know his authorization level. His temperament did not like to play low-key glamour, pretending to be some kind of docile animal to bite a seemingly majestic beast. It was only for the aforementioned reasons that he needed the Bureau of Proclamation to keep his identity a secret. Following his request, or rather order, the light screen of the Bureau of Proclamation's workbench on the table quickly turned dark. From this moment on, it would be very difficult for anyone to check his level of authority. This scene shocked Associate Chief Physician Bai, who had not done anything, and the official who was crawling up from the ground. After the initial shock, most of their natural suspicion disappeared. "Can I go now?" Su Lu asked, but he felt that he still had some things to do. Deputy Director Bai wanted to adjust his glasses to dispel the shock in his heart, but he found that he was holding nothing. He nodded subconsciously. Seeing Su Lu leave without looking back, she quickly said to her subordinates with a pale face and hurried to catch up with his footsteps. Her slightly high imitation leather shoes stepped on the broken glasses on the ground, making a clattering sound. Outside the quiet interrogation room was a long corridor with a metallic luster. At the end of the corridor was the busy but not noisy command hall. On the right side was a scanning channel. At the end of the branch channel was the Joint Data Processing Center of the Bureau of Proclamation and the Command Center. The center was responsible for all the data feedback of the monitoring network of the planet below the battleship, as well as the complex tactical deduction conclusions made by the Federal Central Computer to the Command Center for reference. It was very important. Su Li's body paused for a second. He suddenly remembered what he was going to do. He turned around and walked towards the quiet and serious room. 3 light blue waves of light shot out from the scanning door and scanned his body. The door opened with a beep. Deputy Director Bai, who was following closely behind him, changed her expression again. She knew better than anyone else the level of authority required to enter the data center. Even the high-ranking officers in the headquarters needed temporary authorization from the Constitutional Bureau. However, the lieutenant colonel in front of her walked in boldly and decisively. What this meant was already very clear. The triple door opened. Su Lu walked into the room, looking at the busy officers and the indifferent black-clothed officers of the Bureau of Proclamation. He directly asked, "Who is in charge of the processing of the G2337 base point?" Inside the room, countless high-performance computers were performing parallel calculations. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. as if countless pots of cactus were mutilating themselves at the same time, releasing a faint but sharp smell. The officers of the Bureau of Proclamation were commanding the officers to perform the operation. The quiet environment was instantly destroyed by Su Li's question. His question was not rude, but it was too concise and direct. So in the ears of these high-ranking officers of the Bureau of Proclamation, it sounded a bit sharp and rude. "Get out!" A middle-aged officer of the Bureau of Proclamation, wearing glasses, scolded him with a dark face. Since this young officer was able to enter the room, he was naturally granted temporary authority. However, this officer's mood had been somewhat depressed and indignant for the past few days, especially when he heard the serial number of that base point. His mood was extremely bad. After returning to the Bureau, he still had to write an inspection report, and he might even be demoted and have his pay cut, just because of a small mistake. The Bureau had not done such a large-scale project for many years. He had no experience at all. Was he to be blamed? The officers of the Bureau of Proclamation in the room glanced at Su Lu and shook their heads. They wondered what kind of medicine this officer had taken. He dared to mention the thing that old Nyo did not want to mention the most in front of him. No wonder old Nyo's attitude was so bad. No one paid attention to Su Lu. He stood alone at the door. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned to Deputy Director Bai and asked, "I want to know who is in charge of the G2337 base point." At this time, the people in the room saw clearly that their immediate superior, Deputy Director Bai, was following behind this officer. They all stood up in shock, not knowing what had happened. Deputy Director Bai had a strong premonition that if he said it, something very bad might happen. But facing Su Li's persistent and firm eyes, and thinking of this officer's shocking level of authority, he hesitated for a moment and finally said in a hoarse voice, "Nyo Delu." "Who is Nyo Delu?" Su Lu turned to look at the officers of the Bureau of Proclamation and asked. No one answered him, but he followed their gazes and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the middle-aged officer not far in front of him. It was this officer who had angrily yelled at him to get out. "I am in charge of that base point." Nyo Delu looked at the young officer in front of him. His thoughts were slightly chaotic because of the arrival of Deputy Director Bai, but his voice still showed the unique coldness of the officers of the Bureau of Proclamation. "What's wrong? What's the matter? If there's nothing, then hurry up and leave. I'm not in the mood to talk about this nonsense right now." Su Lu looked at the face full of indifference in front of him without blinking. It was as if he wanted to remember every detail of this face. He was a Federation officer. Even if he had many opinions about that stupid Bureau of Proclamation official, he only wanted to follow the established procedures and report to his superiors. When he walked into the data center, he only wanted to see which stupid bastard had killed so many of his brothers. He didn't plan to do anything directly. But now that he looked at this official's face, he knew that he was wrong. The Bureau of Proclamation was the Bureau of Proclamation. The officials under the protection of the Great Radiance did not care at all how many Federation soldiers their mistakes would kill. There was no regret, sorrow, or guilt in their hearts. On the contrary, they were angry at the loss of face brought by their own small mistakes. So, the heat from the countless cigarettes that had been lit for several days finally began to boil in his chest. It burned his heart until it became hotter and hotter, and his narrowed eyes became brighter and brighter. "Are you a pig? How could you make a mistake with a technical manual?" He looked into Nyo Delu's eyes and said with an indifferent tone, "The Federation spends so much money to support people like you. Can't you be a bit more professional?" The room was silent. The Bureau of Proclamation officials and officers looked at this person who suddenly appeared, and the anger they could not understand. "What did you say?" Nyo Delu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was about to sneer out of anger. Su Lu ignored him and said, "We are soldiers. It is our duty to obey orders. My team members have never been afraid of death, but we should not pay such a terrible price for your stupidity. Do you know how many people have died because of your stupidity? You are Su Lu from Group 7. Nyo Delu finally reacted. His expression changed slightly, and then he said in a furious and angry voice, "This is a standard error. It is the allowable error in the manual. What is a soldier like you know? You are under investigation. What right do you have to question me?" Deputy Director Bai felt that the situation was about to get out of control. He hurriedly walked behind Su Lu and said uneasily, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, we have sent the relevant report back to the Bureau. There will definitely be a solution that you will be satisfied with. I believe that the Bureau will definitely inform you and your unit at the first moment." Nyo Delu and the officials of the Charter Bureau, who had also begun to feel indignant, looked at their superior in astonishment. They thought to themselves, "These days, you were the one who was angry at this officer for not following military discipline and his undisciplined behavior, and strongly demanded an investigation. Why did you suddenly change your mind? I originally only wanted to report to the Ministry of Defense and complain about Xiao He, but now I suddenly understand. Your Bureau of Proclamation is used to being the biggest in the world. How will this officer be dealt with? Write a sincere self-criticism, or be sent to a mineral planet to check the equipment for 2 or 3 months?" Su Lu said calmly with no fluctuation in his voice, "But many of my people have died." After saying this, he fell silent. His fist, which was as hard as a rock, moved and smashed viciously in front of him. The fist smashed into the face of the Bureau of Proclamation official, sending another pair of glasses flying. A stream of blood flew angrily onto the roof. The man fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Then he kicked heavily again. The clear sound of bones breaking echoed cruelly in the quiet room. No one knew how many of the Bureau of Proclamation officials' ribs were broken. "I'm going to Yunnan tomorrow. Everyone understands." Don't worry. I won't stop updating. Even if I drink too much, I will finish writing before going to sleep. But if I update too late, please forgive me. I recommend an old friend's new work. Please support it with all your strength. Born in troubled times, my life experience is confusing. I originally had no desire for riches and honor, but riches and honor forced me to come. Let's see how Zheng Yanqing usurps the Tang dynasty. There are gratitude and resentment, love and hatred. There are golden spears and armored horses, and there are countless romantic affairs. 10 years of dedication. Usurping the Tang dynasty makes a grand debut. Book number 1153348. Chapter 471. Although Su Lu expressed his anger through his sarcastic, mocking, and vulgar words, his expression remained as calm as a rock. No one would have thought that, without any warning, he would suddenly attack. He knocked Nyo Delu to the ground like a madman, and then stomped on him countless times with his military boots so that he could not turn around. Su Li's fists and feet were like mechanical arms with rigid springs installed. They came crashing down with a whoosh, as calm as hitting a sandbag during training. The storm-like fists and feet attacked Nyo Delu until blood flowed out from his face. His bones and flesh cracked. The scene looked extremely cruel. Nyo Delu howled miserably. His terrified and shrill voice filled the data center. However, he only cried for less than 3 seconds before he fainted. shock, bewilderment, fear, and anger. Countless complicated expressions appeared on the faces of the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation. Everything happened too fast, so fast that they could not react at all. Their colleague was already beaten beyond recognition. Even the officials who reacted faster were intimidated by Sue Lee's crazy attacks and the cold calmness that was the complete opposite of the crazy. They felt cold all over and did not dare to move forward. It was not until Nyo Delu fainted and Sue Lu gradually straightened his slightly bowed body that the officials in the data center began to shout angrily. They were used to being accompanied by the data, regulations, and logic of the Bureau of Proclamation. When faced with this inconceivably savage and violent scene, they naturally did not dare to move forward. They could only angrily order the officers in the room to attack. The reaction of the Federation officers was not fast enough. They were soldiers and naturally stood on the side of Sulu and Group 7. In addition, they knew very well what kind of price the Bureau of Proclamation officers had to pay for the stupid mistakes of their comrades, so they were not willing to interfere at all. On the contrary, when they saw Sue Lu beat up the Bureau of Proclamation officer, they felt some indescribable excitement and comfort in their hearts. But after all, this was a time of war. This was a glorious command ship. The officers could not just stand by and watch Sue Lu beat Nyo Delu to death. At such a time, an active military officer killed an official of the Bureau of Proclamation in broad daylight. No matter how strong his background was, it was impossible for him to escape the punishment of military discipline and imprisonment. Nyo Delu was unconscious on the ground. The officers walked forward and blocked in front of Sue Lu, at the same time calling for the warship's medics to come and save the wounded. Associate Chief Physician Bai narrowed his eyes and watched as Sue Lu straightened his slightly hunched body. He was so angry that his entire body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. She wasn't imitating Sue Lee's unique expression when he was angry or nervous. Instead, her glasses had been shattered into pieces, and her myopia made her vision a little blurry. If she didn't squint her eyes, she wouldn't be able to see what was happening in front of her. Sue Lee's merciless and fierce attacks on his subordinates and the blood on the ground still pierced through her eyes and pierced her heart. The pride and dignity of the Bureau of Proclamation temporarily overcame the confusion, doubt, and fear of Sue Lee's authority. She looked at Sue Lee's blood-stained right hand and said angrily, "Are you satisfied now?" Sue Lu didn't turn his head. His tense body rose and fell slightly under his dark military uniform. He wasn't panting because he was tired, but because his emotions were fluctuating. "Yes, I'm satisfied." These two lines of dialogue seemed to have a strange style unique to Schiller's absurd comedies, but everyone in the room knew that this was not a comedy, but a tragedy, a play that no one dared to guess the outcome of. The officers blocked in front of Sue Lu because they didn't want him to really kill Nyo Delu, but they couldn't really arrest him either. They were just a little worried. The glory of the Charter had protected the Federation for countless years. The Bureau of Proclamation was an extremely special organization in the Federation. The government and the Parliament couldn't order the building at the end of the road around. Even the successive presidents and the war god Li Pifu had to give the Bureau of Proclamation due respect. More importantly, the Bureau of Proclamation's authority and the unspeakable connection it had with the chips on the back of the people's necks made everyone subconsciously fear or forcibly forget the existence of the Bureau of Proclamation. Once they met, even the 7 great families had to temporarily avoid them. The people in the room had never seen or heard of anyone. In fact, no one in the Federation had ever heard of anyone like Sue Lu challenging the Bureau of Proclamation's position in such a bloody way, humiliating the Bureau of Proclamation's glory in such a violent way. "You dare violate the first charter." Nyo Delu was carried out of the room by the medics. The people in the room calmed down a little, but it wasn't because they were calm. Instead, they began to have time to think about the next problem. A delicate and pretty female official of the Bureau of Proclamation stared at Sulu and said those words with an incredulous tone, as if she had naturally sentenced him to death. The officers looked silently and worriedly at Sulu. They thought to themselves, even if you have the Lees of Philadelphia and the Department of Defense behind you, who can save you after violating the first charter? After all, you're still not the new war god of the Federation. From the time of the catastrophe until now, in countless years, no one had been able to challenge the Bureau of Proclamation and win. In fact, basically no one had ever dared to challenge the Bureau of Proclamation. But Sulu happened to know a certain person who had once done such a thing in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Moreover, he could drink red wine and eat beef by the mines and visit prostitutes in the sanatorium in his spare time, enjoying life. Sulu was an uncle type of person. He had brothers, friends, beautiful girls, and comrades. He was very satisfied with days like this, so he wasn't prepared to abandon everything for no reason and rebel against the glory of the Charter. But in his opinion, the glory of the Charter and the Bureau of Proclamation were two completely different things. The Bureau of Proclamation was, after all, just a secret organization that served the central computer. He had bathed in that light countless times and chatted and joked with that existence. How could a person who had swum the sea be afraid of crossing a small ditch? His mentality was different. He couldn't be like the average person who revered the Bureau of Proclamation. When he heard the beautiful female official say those words, he was not afraid. He just silently put on his military cap and raised his blood-stained middle finger to the ceiling of the warship that glowed with a metallic luster, as if he was facing the radiance of the Charter that enveloped countless galaxies, and said, "I'm not afraid." F***CK, the first Charter. This young officer was crazy. Whether it was the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation or the soldiers who were emotionally inclined towards Sulu, their expressions became extremely ugly. The same thought appeared in their minds. But Sulu wasn't done yet. He continued to raise his indecent middle finger and said to the row of high-end computing terminals and the wide holographic screen by the wall, "Old thing, this is for you." Hearing the words, "old thing," the expressions of Deputy Director Bai and the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation changed slightly. They had worked in the Bureau of Proclamation building for many years, so they were very sensitive to these seemingly ordinary words. But when these words came from Suli's mouth, they were even more shocked. The military police finally arrived. They were armed with live ammunition and made a please gesture to Sulu. Although they didn't use high-strength plastic ropes, it still represented some kind of mandatory requirement. Sulu walked out under escort. At this moment, a line of white light flashed in his left eye. It was the Federal Central Computer's fastest and most innocent reaction to his middle finger. "What does this have to do with me?" Seeing the old thing's answer, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. But before he walked out of the door, he stopped and looked back at the people in the room. The officials of the Bureau of Proclamation suddenly became nervous when he turned around. They didn't know if this crazy man would jump up and hit them again. The military police, who came under orders, subconsciously raised their guns slightly. "What's the name of the curly-haired official in our group?" He looked at Deputy Director Bai and asked. Deputy Director Bai was stunned. He said a name, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, "Why do you ask this? He's already dead. Do you want him to take responsibility? He died with us on a mission, so I have to know his name. His name will appear in the sacrifice list of the 7th group." After Sulu finished this sentence, he saluted Deputy Director Bai and left. During the battle, a Bureau of Proclamation official was beaten to the brink of being crippled. Countless people witnessed this violent scene with their own eyes. Even if the federal military wanted to find a way out for Sue Lu, they couldn't bear the anger of the Bureau of Proclamation and leave the matter unsettled. On one hand, the frontline command reported this matter to the Ministry of National Defense as quickly as possible. On the other hand, they had no choice but to issue disciplinary measures to Sue Lu. At the same time, they anxiously waited for the attitude of the Bureau of Proclamation in the Capitol Ring. Sue Lee's military punishment was to be confined until the Bureau of Proclamation made a decision. This seemed to be a very harsh method, but he didn't care. After all, after killing Macklin, he was imprisoned in the Fox Fortress for a few months, but he still survived. At most, he would let the old guy make a few more movies to watch. He could face all of this calmly, but the members of the 7th Group couldn't. Lieutenant Colonel Sue Lu wanted to seek justice for them and their dead comrades, so he beat up an official of the Bureau of Proclamation. As a result, he was confined by his superiors. For a time, the entire barracks was filled with the sound of guns being loaded. Other than that, the camp was deathly silent. But for some reason, the other groups that passed by the barracks felt that there were countless roaring beasts hiding inside, ready to rush out at any moment. Bai Yulan, who looked docile on the surface but was actually sharp and bloodthirsty, could intimidate these men, but she remained silent. On the surface, she was full of sarcasm, but in reality, the smooth and cunning Lan Xiaolong also remained silent. From a certain perspective, they were even allowing the members of the 7th Group to brew up this violent emotion. This was because Bai Yulan and Lan Xiaolong knew very well what Sue Lee's actions meant, and what it meant to offend the Bureau of Proclamation. If they didn't cause a big commotion, they were afraid that the small-eyed man they were determined to follow would really be in big trouble. The abnormal emotions in this ordinary barracks finally broke through the atmosphere and reached the Federal Fleet among the stars. The Federal Military 163 Frontline Command Center finally made an exception and made some kind of response after a long time of deliberation. The next day, a light battleship landed in the rhombus-shaped base. Lieutenant Colonel Sue Lu, who was temporarily stripped of his military position, was escorted back to the 7th Group barracks. An additional military police was sent to the barracks, but he was still confined, but in a different place. They still had to wait for the reaction from the Capitol Ring. The chapter name is Pen, and ink because it's going to be a case of pen and ink. You all know that I'm making things up. It's actually because of Wen Ruyan's words. The Chinese have fists, pen and ink, and ambition. How can the next chapter be called Ambition? Chapter 472. 3 moons climbed up and shone on the wild vegetables in Little Sister's basket. 3 moons fell and ate up the wild vegetables Little Sister made. 3 moons disappeared. Little Sister also disappeared. 3 moons rose. Little Sister, when will you come back? In the night sky, 3 moons of varying sizes shone on the quiet barracks and played a bright silver light on the continuous roof. A few hoarse voices softly hummed a simple ballad, providing a discordant accompaniment to this beautiful night scene. This was a West Woods ballad about the lives of the Federation citizens who were lost on planet 163 after it was occupied by the Imperial Expeditionary Force a few decades ago. The Federation Society had deliberately forgotten about the 3 fallen planets, including this planet, but the natives of the West Woods region could not forget. This song had spread far and wide. Although there were no members of Group 7 who were originally from the West Woods after being on the front line for a long time, everyone could sing this song. Sue Lu sat on a green bench behind the door, a cigarette in his mouth, as he looked up at the moon in the sky. The astronomical phenomenon of 3 moons existing together was said to continue for 46 days. How many more days would he have to be locked up? I say, boss, how is the singing? You have to give me an opinion. Xiong Linquan asked in a hoarse voice. The diamond-shaped base was set up on a plateau. Although the sea was not too high, the air was particularly dry. In addition, these soldiers were used to smoking without leaving their lips, so their voices were rougher than usual, and their lips were full of thin cracks. Well, to be honest, it's not that great. Su Lu, who was sitting behind the door, said with a smile. He knew very well that these guys were afraid that he would be too bored in the confinement, so they found a way to accompany him to pass the time. Group 7, who was originally extremely angry and ready to roar at any moment, had already calmed down. Because of what happened next, they could not find any reason or excuse to fly into a rage. The Federal Military Command noticed the strange phenomenon in the barracks and made a very wise decision to transfer Su Lu from the warship to the ground and lock him up in Group 7's barracks. Was this still considered confinement? Other than not being able to walk out of the room freely, there was no problem with his life. Of course, there were 2 more statue-like gendarmes outside the door. Over the past few days, Su Lu had been staying in his room obediently and did not cross the line at all. It was just that he had yet to receive any specific punishment from the capital ring, whether he was officially arrested, brought back for trial, or directly locked up in the military prison of Qingcheng. No matter how bad the result was, it was still better than waiting for the worst result. In these boring days, he often moved a bench to sit by the door, enjoying the cigarettes that the team members handed him with flattering expressions, chatting with them, listening to them sing terrible songs, telling good jokes, and then laughing. He felt as if he had returned to Donglin and had become an old, unemployed miner. He sat silently by the side of the street and watched the children play. His face was filled with the marks of time in the mines, and his face was filled with wrinkles that were as tough as iron. Just like the 7 groups of small folk music concerts in the middle of the night. The sun was dazzling, the air was dry, and the smoke was pungent. Su Lu threw away the remaining half of the cigarette in his hand, pursed his cracked lips, and suspiciously took the miniature data storage box from Lan Xiaolong's hand that reached in through the door. He connected it to his phone. Looking at the images that appeared on the screen, he could not help but frown. The gendarmes guarding the door, without any expression, finally frowned. These days, they were really tired from the various activities of Group 7. At this time, seeing that the other party seemed to be violating the confinement regulations and was secretly transmitting information, they finally could not help but want to stop it. At this time, Magnolia, who was leaning against the wall in a traditional posture with her head lowered, suddenly raised her head and glanced at the 2 gendarmes. Her gaze was as cold as a knife drawn from ice. The 2 gendarmes looked at each other and stood back to their original positions. Su Lu turned off the images on the screen of his phone and looked at Lan Xiaolong angrily. You think that when a person is bored, they should watch porn? Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said matter-of-factly, Are boring literary films better to pass the time? Su Lu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He thought to himself that if he wanted to watch porn, he could just ask the old man to send a few over and directly see the 3-dimensional effect in his mind. What kind of enjoyment was that? At this moment, he saw a soldier wearing the military uniform of an armored division peeking in from the front door of the barracks. He chatted with the members of Group 7, who were guarding the door in a low voice for a while. Then, he took one last look at the room where Su Lu was locked up and left reluctantly. Su Lu laughed. These days, the number of troops that often passed by the barracks of Group 7 had suddenly increased. They used all kinds of reasons and methods to stay at the door for a while longer. They curiously looked at the members of Group 7 and their director, who was already very famous, and now even more famous, as if they were looking at gods. The soldiers in the base found out about the conflict between the Constitutional Bureau and Group 7 through various channels. If this kind of roar between an elephant and an ant could be considered a conflict, then there was no conflict. The explosive news of Sue Lu beating up an official of the Bureau of Proclamation on the warship had already spread throughout the base. The soldiers of the Federation, who had always disliked the Bureau of Proclamation but were still afraid of them, and the net-laying teams that had just retreated from the mountains all secretly applauded this matter. While they were rubbing their palms, they also began to worry about the fate of Sulu and Group 7. Now that there were suddenly so many people passing by, other than curiosity and excitement, it was actually the grassroots soldiers using their own methods to express some kind of powerless but particularly interesting support. "Can you let us talk to the boss alone for a while? We don't have anything else to say. We just want to have a quiet chat." Bai Yulan withdrew her right leg from the wall and took out a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of her military uniform. She gave 2 cigarettes to the 2 military policemen responsible for guarding Sulu and then gently patted their shoulders. She looked at their slightly young faces and spoke softly. "This is not in accordance with the rules," one of the military policemen replied with some hesitation. "You should be very clear about our boss's personality these past few days. He won't run. Of course, if he wants to run, you definitely won't be able to stop him." Bai Yulan lit the cigarettes for them. The military policemen held the lit cigarettes as if they were holding a red-hot iron bar. Their expressions were abnormally nervous. Although the other party did not threaten them, they still felt a little uneasy when they saw the men fiddling with the chain magazines under the tree not far away. More importantly, the higher-ups of the military used this kind of childish method to imprison Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, which already represented a certain attitude. After a moment of silence, the military policeman, who had been like a statue for the past few days, finally loosened his body and resentfully left the door. He was warmly and happily welcomed by Gu Shifeng and the other team members into the room next door. Then there was the sound of beer being opened in the room. Su Lu sat inside the door and looked at Bai Yulan's glowing face under the scorching sun outside the door. He quietly waited for her to speak. "Right now, a lot of people in the base are saying that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu is a dog that bites without barking." Bai Yulan smiled and said, "Of course, it's a compliment." "I didn't hear it," Su Lu replied. He knew that the soldiers in the base probably thought of his quiet and somewhat wooden personality and his sudden outburst of events. After a moment of silence, he said thoughtfully, "Actually, I haven't always been this quiet. When I was young, I actually often said some sharp and unkind words. I wasn't any worse than Lan Xiaolong." At this moment, Lan Xiaolong was much quieter than usual. When he heard this sentence, he only shrugged to express his disdain. Bai Yulan thought to herself, "Your youth has always been a mystery. For so long, no one in Group 7 knew about it. Later, I realized that fists are more powerful than words. So now, I'm not willing to say anything. I'm only willing to use my fists. I understand, but when I heard that you beat up an official from the Bureau of Proclamation on the battleship, I was still a little shocked." Bai Yulan lowered her eyes slightly and said, "In the past, Group 7 took on undercover work for the government and cooperated with the Bureau of Proclamation many times. I know that the Bureau of Proclamation is not to be trifled with. The Constitution is dead, but people are alive. But the officials in the Bureau of Proclamation are really like dead people. Although I heard that in that building, they would also tell some unfunny jokes like these brats in Group 7. Bai Yulan raised her head, looked into Su Li's eyes, and said, But last night, news came from the battleship. The official surnamed Nyo, who was knocked out by you, was taken back to the main planet for treatment. However, the Bureau of Proclamation did not come up with any specific disciplinary measures against you. There's also something very puzzling. I heard that the Bureau of Proclamation team was severely criticized by the Bureau. Su Li's expression was calm. Even if all the friends around him and far away were worried about his safety, he was not too worried. He said, "In fact, I've been thinking for the past few days. The Bureau of Proclamation actually values Group 7 very much. Other than us, look at the other groups in the company, including Black Hawk and Green Dragon Mountain, which one of them would have a technical official from the Bureau of Proclamation." Bai Yulan said the news she just found out because she wanted to see Su Li's reaction and see if this matter had anything to do with him. At this time, Su Li's answer did not solve her question at all. In the federal fleet that was patrolling outside the planet's atmosphere, the body of the command ship was not the largest, nor was it the most conspicuous. In the command hall on the second-last floor, the Supreme Commander of the Theater of Operations, Deputy Commander E, sat silently in a large restraint chair. The cup of coffee next to his hand was already cold, but the general's mind could not be completely calm. As a senior commander who had experienced hundreds of battles, the fierce battle on the planet below could not affect his mood too much. Instead, the reaction of the Bureau of Proclamation yesterday had deeply shocked him. Confining Su Lu in the barracks of Group 7 was a military order that he personally signed. This was to protect the future of the young military. It was natural for the military to protect its own people. However, in his opinion, it would be difficult for Fei City and Zhou Yingxing to directly exert influence on the Bureau of Proclamation. The only person who could save Su Lu from the first charter was probably Mrs. Macho. After all, the Tai family had a close relationship with Su Lu, and the director of the Bureau of Proclamation just happened to have the surname of Macho. Macho Yingxing had not done anything in the past few days, but Su Lu was still safe and sound. He was so comfortable in confinement. I was in too much of a hurry. I didn't fix it at all. There are some important words below. Chapter 473. Macho didn't do anything at the back of the mountain, but there was no strong wind coming from the Bureau of Proclamation building. This fact surprised many people, and even made Deputy Commander E feel waves of coldness coming from the back of his head. Although he, like many senior military officers, watched Su Li's every step on the front line as if they were looking at a newborn beast. And he also knew the expectations that old Commander Fei Chung had for this young man. The scene that happened in front of him was really hard for him to understand, or even to imagine. The Bureau of Proclamation official who was knocked unconscious by Su Lu was taken back to the main planet of the Westwoods. What shocked everyone was that the Bureau of Proclamation not only did not immediately come up with a proposal to punish Su Lu, but also severely criticized the three groups of officials at the front line. The fierceness of the criticism was beyond people's imagination. What did this mean? The Bureau of Proclamation did not intend to hold Su Lu accountable, but instead showed a cold face to its subordinates because of the anger of this young lieutenant colonel. No one dared to believe this inference, including Deputy Commander E. Through the floor-to-ceiling porthole, he looked at the line-shaped radar on the gray-white battleship shell and the planet that was blue and gray-yellow. He fell into silence. S1 Capital Special District, at the end of the dead-end road. Inside the gray Bureau of Proclamation building under the shade of green trees, an in-depth conversation about this matter was taking place. They only know how to stick to the dead rules all day long, and they still have to play the role of judge and guide in front of the troops. If I were not an officer at the front line, I'm afraid I would have already picked up the Kian and swept all these guys to death. The old director stared at the holographic screen that rose above the table, and a trace of deep mockery appeared on his slightly drooping lips. He continued in a light voice, "They can always act as harmonious and peaceful as a family comedy actor in this building, as if everyone is a changed or uglier Jian Shuier, telling witty jokes and filling the office and underground with warm laughter forever. I always thought that a group of officials like this would not immediately turn into robots once they were released." After a moment of silence, Cui Jiadong uneasily smiled and replied, "The officials who left the Bureau of Proclamation will always have some sense of superiority in their bones. Besides, after all, the business we are engaged in involves the safety of the Federation. So in addition to having a high level of authority, the staff must also have the sincere cooperation of the other troops of the Federation." Director Yi waved his hand to stop Cui Jiadong's explanation and said, "If you have the authority and want to cooperate sincerely, then don't always think of using your authority to oppress others. As for the sense of superiority, they are just a group of service staff. I really don't know where this **T sense of superiority comes from." The smile on the old director's lips became more and more unfathomable. He said, "The safety of the Federation will always be related to the old guy, and it has nothing to do with us extension programs and cleaners." Cui Jiadong was silent and smiled bitterly. He knew that the director was telling the truth, but the ordinary people and the various departments of the Federation did not know the internal workings of the Bureau of Proclamation. Glory shrouded everywhere, and the sense of mystery grew deeper because of the strict charter discipline, which was why the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were so respected and revered. If there were no major accidents, such as the sudden opposition of 2/3 of the members of the Federation in the Parliament, Assistant Cui Jiadong would be the next director of the Bureau of Proclamation. However, in front of the old director, who had raised him single-handedly, he could not express any more persuasion or opposition. Last night, the director had personally signed a written document and scolded all the officers of the Bureau of Proclamation on the front lines. He did not know if this would improve the cooperation between the officers and the front lines. What I am most worried about now is Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's authority level. He looked at the director's slightly tired face and uneasily brought up another topic. Right now, we can't find out his exact authority level through various methods. However, according to Baiji's report and the testimony of another officer, he does indeed have the first sequence authority. In that case, the final activation program of the 163 network was indeed issued by him. 3 questions. Director Yi's expression became serious. First, when did he have this authority level? Second, why did he have this authority level? Third, in that base in the wilderness, there was no activation program in his hands. What method did he use to order the central computer to activate the entire network? Director Yi slowly closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "We all know that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu is the 72nd anomaly. We have been paying attention to him. But who can explain these 3 questions? Especially the last question. The data monitoring channel on the warship did not capture his communication with the central computer at all. Who can explain this problem?" "There is no explanation," Cui Jiadong answered seriously. Director Yi was silent for a long time. Then he opened his eyes. With a slightly cloudy gaze, he looked at the continuously flashing white mechanical characters on the light screen in front of him, and then fell like a waterfall. His voice was extremely calm. "Old man, can you answer these 3 questions?" The continuously pouring white mechanical characters on the light screen suddenly stopped and condensed into a line of clear human words. Lieutenant Colonel Sue Lee's acquisition of the First Sequence Authority is completely in accordance with the First Charter. Other than this sentence, the cold and mechanical Federal Central Computer did not give any additional explanation. This was the umpteenth time the two leaders of the Bureau of Proclamation in the room had tried this kind of inquiry. They were extremely familiar with the Central Computer's answer. They knew that this meant that the granting of the authority level was a top secret that even I do not have the authority to know. What kind of top secret is it? The beautiful scene before the catastrophe, or the promiscuous private life of the five-man team? Director Yee's slightly drooping lips were once again filled with mockery, but this time it was self-mockery. From a certain perspective, this office of the Bureau of Proclamation was even more important than the president's official residence. The dead silence at this moment clearly showed how Sue Lee's level of authority troubled the two people in the room. After a long silence, a faint light suddenly flashed through Director Yee's cloudy eyes. He said, "When was the authority level given out?" This time, the Federal Central Computer did not hesitate and gave a very specific date, down to the second. At that time, Sue Lu had already escaped from Donglin and was in the capital ring. He was the leader of Team 7 before the assassination. Chui Jiadong had been secretly observing Sue Lu for more than a year. As one of the very few people who knew Sue Lee's true identity, he warily and uneasily weaved the events that had happened to Sue Lu into a deep time chain in his mind. That was why he blurted it out at this moment. Director Yi was silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and said with a sigh condensed from decades of work, "Humans will never be able to understand the thought pattern of this computer underground." "Old man, don't you think so?" The characters on the light screen condensed again. "I don't know." "Since you don't know, then what are you doing?" "I don't care anymore." Director E stood up shakily and took out the golf club that he had used for many years from the back of his office chair. He smiled at Chui Jiadong and said a few words before walking out of the door. Chui Jiadong watched his back and could not help but bitterly laugh. The director had played golf for 30 years, but he still stubbornly refused to distinguish between iron and wooden clubs. Perhaps only such a powerful person with obsessive-compulsive disorder was qualified to be in charge of the Bureau of Proclamation. However, even the old director had left with a sigh in front of the lieutenant colonel named Sulu twice in a row and did not ask again. He looked at the white mechanical characters that poured out like a waterfall on the light screen again, and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. In the end, it turned into a sigh. Was the first charter of the Federation 700,000 or 1,700,000 words? How much storage space would it take to put all those documents with additional annotations that were like a vast ocean? During his life as a fugitive, Sulu was extremely afraid of the first charter that covered countless aspects of life in the Federation, but was invisible to him like air. Therefore, he did not dare to say that he completely understood the first charter even after studying it for a long time in the gatehouse and library of Yue University. From this perspective, should the military police be the soldiers that protect the dignity of the first charter? Su Lu sat inside the door, while Bai Yulan leaned against the door. 2 cigarettes were enough to send the other party away, but they did not have much confidence in their hearts. Even the former, who had the ultimate weapon of mass destruction, was the same. Other than the news from last night, the most important news right now is that this morning, the general attack on Planet 3320 has officially begun. Bai Yulan took a drag of the cigarette and said softly. Su Li's eyes lit up. Planet 3320 was the most important military operation for this victory. The main forces of the Imperial Expeditionary Force were stationed here. The federal military had also invested the most powerful forces on this planet. The enemy's headquarters was placed on the battleship above the planet. The Tiger of the West Woods, who led the frontline forces, had also been eyeing this planet covetously. This is a truly important matter. How can our small matter compare to it? He shook his head and said, but no one answered. Because of the pressure of the invisible existence and the unknown feeling of not knowing what the outcome would be, the conversation inside and outside the confinement room was particularly dry. The expressions of several people were somewhat dull. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, the members of Group 7 also appeared somewhat powerless because of the dry air and stifling temperature of the plateau. They lowered their heads and silently carried out gun maintenance. They no longer had the energy to chat or sing unpleasant folk songs. If the headquarters really gave a cold and cruel punishment to Sulu, they would certainly be hot-headed, flipping out, and mutiny. No matter how bleak the final outcome, they would still seek revenge. However, the cold treatment of this matter by the higher-ups made them unable to use their strength. They were extremely depressed. Just as this seemingly endless, dreary life that seemed to go on day after day, and seemed to go on for countless days, made their bodies dry and weak, a military vehicle suddenly drove to the front door of the barracks, and an officer walked out. The members of Group 7 all stood up and looked at him with vigilant eyes. However, no one would have thought that this officer would silently walk to the front of the confinement room, wave his hand, and call 2 military police away. Without saying a word to the members in the barracks, he got on the military vehicle and left. The members were stunned. Chapter 474. The light always shone in from outside the door, and Su Li's shadow always fell backward, unable to cross the threshold in front of him, just like how he still had a somewhat rule-abiding personality in his bones. He stood at the door and kept scratching his head in hesitation, unable to take a step forward for a long time, even though he knew that taking a step forward would mean some kind of freedom. No one issued an order, and the command center did not issue any instructions, but the 2 military police officers had already left silently. Was this a step to take, or not to take? The members of Group 7 did not care about this. They all swarmed over and flooded into the confinement room that was originally off-limits. They raised their guns with one hand and cheered heartily, forcibly squeezing Sulu out of the room with human waves and foot odor. His feet landed on the fresh soil, and he was already sitting under the shade of a big tree. His 5 hands were spread out like branches, and his 5 hands were filled with cigarettes handed to him by his team members. Sulu could not help but sigh like an old man. So this is freedom. The Federal Army, under the command of the Tiger of the West, would forcibly resisted the questioning of the parliament members of the Capitol Ring. After dozens of days of silence, they quietly reconstructed the charter network, and then began an all-out offensive on the 3 fallen planets. More than 90 divisions were like countless hungry tigers roaring on the surface of the 3 planets. With the computing power of the Federal Central Computer and the demon-revealing effect of the glory of the Charter, they ruthlessly beat down the last main force of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. The current situation was very good for the Federation. The victorious military operation had entered the critical phase, and the countless combat teams responsible for laying the network on the 3 planets ushered in a rare rest time. They boarded the transport ships of the Federation and returned to the main planet of the West Woods. During the days of waiting for the rotational break, the silence of the Bureau of Proclamation made all the soldiers and soldiers of the base certain that Sulu would accept any punishment. What a scene of spring sunshine and high spirits! Taking advantage of the fact that none of the superiors dared to challenge Sulu at this time, the old members of Group 7 took the risk of going deep into the war zone. They collected the bodies of the sacrificed members at the riverbank and burned them into countless palms of gray-white and uneven bone ash. They stored them in a ceremonial military coffin with great care. When they suddenly received the order to retreat, the members of Group 7 were filled with unwillingness, especially the new members. They looked at the cannons in the distance and felt excited. They wanted to rush to the front lines and kill the enemy. They wanted to avenge their fallen comrades. However, half of the 100 or so members were injured. Half of the injured were heavily injured, and half of the seriously injured had already been sacrificed. With such a huge loss, it was impossible for the military command to allow them to remain at the front line. At this moment, Lan Xiaolong said indifferently, "There will be more battles in the future. Just wait and see." This sentence convinced many people, although it was difficult to say that the members retreated willingly. They did not have too many conflicting emotions. On the transport ship returning to the main planet, the members of Group 7 received another gift. The Shell Motor Company sent a generous allowance to all the members' accounts. This was an order signed by the CEO of the Shell Motor Company. It bypassed the Whitewater Security Company and was directly transferred to the members' personal accounts. It was to commend them for their achievements on the front lines in the West Woods, for their contributions to the Federation's peace, and for their contributions to the Shell Motor Company. A monthly allowance of 170,000 Federation dollars was undoubtedly a rare benefit in the Federation. However, the new members of Group 7, those hedonistic old soldiers, really did not care about this. They had a good environment and a prominent family background. It was enough for them to see this as a small amount of money. But what was very strange was that after the new members received this allowance, they were all very excited. This was because, for them, this kind of money that they earned themselves was a rare honor and the most authentic sense of accomplishment. Beside the porthole of the warship, Symbol once said seriously, "Motherf *, this is the first money that I earned. In the end, it was exchanged with my life. I have to spend it all to feel good." The Federation's air-to-ground transport ship had a unique shape. It was like an all-terrain fighter that had been enlarged many times. However, its two wings were particularly wide and thick. Its entire body was silver-white, and it was like a fat goose. Therefore, every time the transport ship entered the atmosphere and slowly landed, it would always attract a lot of curiosity and fresh gazes from the public. It was really rare to see a fully metal goose swaying and breaking through the air, creating countless sharp whistling sounds as it descended. However, this was not the case these 2 days because there were too many Federation's transport ships that had landed above the base. After the general attack on the 3 fallen planets was launched, the more than 20,000 net-laying teams all retreated back to the main planet in a short period of 3 days. The transport ship took off and landed so frequently that even the workers outside the base who were responsible for unblocking the canals were a little bored. In the northwest corner of Long Wind Base, the members of Group 7 walked out from the belly door of the transport ship in a single file. Then, they stood solemnly on the tarmac in the strong wind and waited in formation. Behind them, 6 recruits wearing white gloves slowly walked over. They were carrying a black, ceremonial military coffin. Their faces were red, but their expressions were extremely serious. The corners of their military uniforms did not tremble in the slightest. All around them, there were soldiers who had finished their mission cheering as they walked past. It was not easy for them to leave the bloody front line and welcome a rare opportunity to rest and play. Once they were disbanded, the heroic Federation soldiers turned into countless wild ducks without hesitation and flew away in all directions. Group 7 in formation was not disturbed in the slightest. They still stood solemnly in formation and did not wrinkle their brows even when the wind blew. The other troops who were cheering also noticed the abnormality. After a few whispers, they knew that they were Group 7. They subconsciously lowered their pink voices, and even their footsteps became much softer. The last ones to walk down the warship were Sulu, Bai Yulan, and Lan Xiaolong. The three of them represented the highest leadership level of Group 7. This was not a rule set by the military or the Nutshell Company, but a natural result of their bloody fighting career. Su Lu walked to the front of the team. Bai Yulan and Lan Xiaolong very tacitly stopped and stood behind him. He was wearing the sunglasses that Zhou you sent over half a year ago. He was holding a thick tobacco that was specially sent by 7th young Master Li. He silently stood there and seemed to be extremely cool, but this seemed to be a little too similar to Du Shaoqing. Su Lu looked at the solemn team and laughed at himself in his heart. He took off the sunglasses, revealing a pair of sincere and amiable small eyes. He took off the thick tobacco in his mouth and threw it to Yan Bingyan, who was the most addicted to smoking in the team. "Attention!" Lan Xiaolong loudly shouted behind him. The members of Group 7 all stood at attention and did not move. Su Lu glanced at the ceremonial military coffin on the right side of the team that contained the ashes of his subordinates. After a moment of silence, he said, "I once had a conversation with a respectable lady. I believe that people will always die, and only reasons can make them stay. But if you think about it seriously, the truth that everyone firmly believes in, which means that the truth that we judge for ourselves, may not necessarily last forever." He narrowed his eyes and continued, "But I still believe that some things are more important than death. For example, resisting the invasion of the Imperium, saving the survivors of the 3 fallen planets, making the Imperium pay for their slaughter. No matter whether these reasons can last forever, I believe that the vitality of these reasons is much longer than the lives of us in our 80s or 90s. So some sacrifices are valuable." Su Lu looked at the military coffin on the right side of the team and the Federation flag on the coffin and said, "Not to mention that these brothers died so that you could live. So I believe that even if it is for them, you should live a better life." He saw that the son of the governor, Da Vinci, had a warm smile on his lips and nodded vigorously. "Please forget them and live a good life," Su Lu finally said. Lan Xiaolong loudly shouted behind him, "Dismissed." "Well said," Bai Yulan said behind him. "I am not born with a stone. I told you last time, but I got used to using my fists, which made me seem a little barbaric and monotonous." Su Lu looked at the slightly restless team members and said with a trace of self-mockery, "When I was young, I didn't know how sharp my tongue was. And don't forget, I have the qualifications to be a Level 1 technical supervisor of the Nutshell Mobile. No matter what, I should be considered an intellectual, right?" Bai Yulan was silent and thought to herself, "You are starting to mention the youth that no one knows about again." She couldn't help but feel a little depressed, her willowy eyebrows fluttering in the wind on the tarmac. The members of Team 7 didn't take the military vehicles sent by the base and walked to the periphery. The team members followed the style of Old 7 and Unit 83-84. Their expressions were slick, and every bone seemed incomparably loose. They walked with the demeanor of a hooligan. However, unlike the other troops, they didn't disperse in a hubbub. Originally, they were in a square formation, but at this time, they became a loose mass of meat tightly united around Su Lu in the center, not willing to disperse even a single step. Su Lu looked at the heads around him and felt a little strange. He thought that the disbanding was already announced, but the members of Team 7, this rich army, didn't really disperse. Right at this time, Shi Peng squeezed to his side and hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Boss, Just now you said that we have to forget our dead brothers and live well. We feel that it is very reasonable. They want to ask you, do you want to go with us? Go to do what? Sulu asked. To do what you said. Shipeng began to fumble for the cigarettes in her military uniform and said with a silly smile, we are going to find some women. The wind in Long Wind Base seemed to suddenly become stronger, blowing the expression on Su Li's face to become extremely complicated and interesting. 3 hours later, there was a street 13 kilometers away from the Golden Star Hotel. The street was full of three-dimensional fantasy lights. Countless beautiful waitresses wearing light purple dresses were politely and quietly waiting outside the shop next to the Stone Lions. The Sunset nightclub in Sunset State was the largest and most luxurious entertainment venue. Tonight, it was booked by a group of rough men wearing military uniforms without epaulets. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.